theology, it's like if you're not
Yeah,
going straight off the go ahead.
right, right.
It's like depending on what field you in, or if you're in multiple fields, you're gonna come to a different conclusion. So with anthropology, that deals with skulls and shit like that. Now, when people hear him say shit like pre-dynastic affinities matched say a certain population that was in the Green Sahara in middle, in Central Africa and shit like that. Certain people who don't really know what he talking about will use that again as like fuel to uphold that whole bullshit Green Sahara story of a large group of sub-Saharans coming from the south and populating. It's like that's all I'm saying. He can give more clarity if he wanted
Here's
to.
what he says. Here's what he says. Like he'll deal with skull shape. He'll deal with limb proportion.
Yeah, right.
He'll just say that people may not get it, but he'll say like based on the back migration, right? He'll just say that those people are African because the what happened on the continent. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like that
Hmm.
mutation that makes them significant happens on the African continent. You know what I'm saying? But I even saw a Kittle's video where he was kind of saying too, like, you may want to be careful about what we're calling um, Eurasian when actually could be African too. I forgot. Yeah, I don't know if you ever seen a Richter the Kittle's video where he was talking about diversity in Africa.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna find and post it because he kind of
Mhm.
made a similar difference too. Like, so you got to kind of be kind of careful. He's talking about all the diversity and shit like that. And like I
But
said,
this
I
why I
can see
say the
why
whole
some
phylogenetic tree and
people,
and Kieta knows this. He knows this. Kieta knows this. I feel like on the phylogenetic tree, you have what's called hunter gatherers. The Khoisan pygmies. You got the ancestral East Africans, the Nilotics, the ancestral West Africans, us, and then you have a whole category of North African Eurasian. That's all I'm saying. Just something that alone breaking down a phylogenetic tree of humans and showing the new 2025 articles directly saying that Egyptians mostly shared affinities with Natufians in the
you know,
Neolithic and shit like that.
he can't get to he ain't gonna have the 2025. You know what I mean? All his work from
Yeah,
before.
but I mean, but a lot of Egyptians' problem, native Egyptians' problem is that a lot of this info been out for a minute. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. You can look at what Egyptians say about Kieta.
even if it depends on, like I said, if it was an
I
expert, I
got you.
respect it.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. That's a fact.
It's fucking like Astro 87. And I'm like,
Yeah,
fuck them
not an
niggas.
ignorant. Yeah, not an ignorant Egyptian, but yeah, I feel.
But, yeah,
It's
yeah.
like what's the dude name that everybody hate? He's a straight shooter that Reggie and all them niggas hate. What's bruh name? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Hawass.
Hawass. He's a straight shooter.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree with too much anything Hawass said.
But you see what Hawass, his whole angle is to debunk a lot of these false ideas on who ancient Egyptians were. He don't play that shit. That's
So
all
you
I'm saying
think
is
that he is saying ancient Egyptians have strong sub-Saharan affinities? I don't know if I went out off video.
yo, I had a phone call. My bad, bro. What you say?
And you think that Kiata is saying Egyptians have strong sub-Saharan affinity?
No. I'm not saying that he's directly saying that, but what Egyptians will do, they'll pull up videos of him talking about like admixtures and saying like if you take this out, then they'll have more sub-Saharan. If you take this component out, they'll have this. Oh, my bad. Did you hear what I just said? I just got a phone call. But yeah, what most people are upset about is that he doesn't take all of that into account in his rhetoric. That's all. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it does. That's my whole problem of the whole wokeism in scientific fields. You got people who are credentialed, but they just not keeping it raw. That's all I'm saying. So a person like Soy Kieta, take out that he's black or whatever. A lot of people have problems with scholars who teeter, who be don't be really giving a real clear cut answer. That's all I'm saying. So that's why brothers like Ngozi may have a problem with Kieta,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I
I
don't know
mean,
if he do or not.
I had to sit back and reassess Kiaka. I thought I was of the same mindset when he came out against the Shooter report in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh yeah, you know, because I didn't know as much back then. I was like, oh yeah, it's blackology and stuff like that. But when I actually looked at what he was saying and stuff like that, couched the actual argument, and then the other experts came out too to saying, you know, what kind of, you know what I mean, what was going on, and kind of like, you know, like the data is incomplete, and you know what I mean, and it's regional base. That's what kind of brought about the 2025 we got right now, and then that's got to be critiqued. You know what I'm saying? That got to be critiqued. So, you know what I mean? That's why I said the journal shit is good, but you can't take the journal as law because that shit could come out and then get beat the fuck up, and then that shit's, you know what I mean? You got, you know what I mean? You got shit with journals with Christopher Eric, and people like I'm saying I got issues with Christopher Eric.
Yeah, me too.
I mean?
He's another Afro. Don't you consider him a little not Afrocentric, but he's fighting for the indigenous culture of Africa and not undermining the Western Eurasian influence. He's hell bent on saying this is an indigenous African culture and shit like that. He's hell bent on that.
He's leaning too much on linguistic without enough, you know, archaeological and other multidisciplinary backing. So, you know what I mean? I got issues because the dates be different. You know what I mean? So I got issues with certain ones.
Yeah, we agree. We agree for the most part. I just think he could be more on point because if he was to tell anybody, and I don't even want to say but anybody who say the whole Egyptians are indigenous Africans, I just hope that he just give a clear picture saying that pre-dynastic Egyptians didn't have really no sub-Saharan ancestry, and post-Roman period, that's when the shit increased, and it's still not that much.
I mean, I think it would be, yeah. I don't think, like I said, it would be small amounts there, and that would be, like I said, that's why the Green Sahara is comes up. It's going to be small amounts there doing the greening of the Sahara. That's what, but we had the army for. You know, I used to tell you know, once that desertification happens, any other components, all that sub-Saharan component now is done. Like the niggas ain't crossing that Sahara. Only people doing is the other way. It'd be Nubians going into, you know, to grab niggas out of Central Africa, but it's like a one-way. You know what I mean? So we used to have that discussions back. You know, so you know what I mean. So I mean, he already.
For real, what still confuses me is that why are niggas venerating Afro-Asiatic so much? I don't get it.
Hey, but
what's
that's the killer point, though,
a Christian and a person who venerate Egypt? What's the difference?
Hey, Fetty, that point you made was a killer point. I used to always make that point all the time. That yeah, like the pre-dynastic Egyptians had very, very little African ancestry. You see what I'm saying? And then like the the Egyptians, the modern day Egyptians, on average, they got 8% more sub-Saharan DNA than their ancestors had. You know what I mean? So, like, look at my point is, look at them Egyptians today, the modern Egyptians today. They have, on average, 8% more sub-Saharan DNA than their ancient ancestors do. So that point is so killer, and I don't understand. Like when I say that, you know, they I don't know, they lose their mind when I say that because there's hardly anything you can say against that. You know what I mean? It makes one ask the question that you just asked. Why the fuck is niggas venerating Afro-Asiatics so much? What's the point?
Yeah. And it really shows that they're no different from other, I guess, groups of African Americans who venerate North African, Middle Eastern culture, whether they Muslim or whatever. Like, you ain't no different for real. You think you are.
And Soy Keita don't keep it real. Soy Keita is exactly what you say he is. He's a blackology sympathizer, a blackology enabler. He's an enabler. Is what he is. Like the nigga never answers. Like every time the nigga talk, I'm never clear on what he say. He always leaves room for ambiguity, and the ambiguity is the blackology. He leave room for the blackologist to slip on in there. You know what I mean? That's what he do. He's a sympathizer, an enabler.
That good guy. Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, you live.
Yo, y'all over here giving out bad information, though.
I ain't gonna call him a black artist because I got respect for him. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to say he's not, I see what you mean by certain quotes, but I'm not gonna call him a black artist. I think that's too far. You know what I mean? But I think he's conscious. Like I said, you see with the interviews, he's conscious of being,
I'm not calling
not
him a
shitting on.
blackologist.
He's
He's a
conscious of
sympathizer.
shitting on black
He,
people.
he, he ain't a blackologist himself. He tries to stay away from that as much as he can,
Hey
right?
Corey, do you see
But he's an enabler. He's an
whole
enabler and a
Zion?
sympathizer.
Because he don't want to shit on black. Like I said, if you see the interview, you see him do it. His uncle asked him, like, do you consider yourself an actual Afrocentrist? And
Yeah, he gonna say no. Fine.
No, I'm not saying no, but if you carefully walk through that, you know, like, I'm not Afrocentrist. And he, you know, he couched it like, you know, I know Malefi Asante personally. So you can see him like, you know what I mean? Like,
Enabling.
I ain't trying to shit on my brothers, but I'm gonna tell you what it is. You can get, you know
Yo,
what I mean? Like,
Egypt isn't
That's
in
dangerous.
Asia. Egypt is in Africa. So why are we acting like we're talking about
Yeah, I ain't going down
anything
that road.
else? Y'all
But
niggas is
Soy
crazy.
Keita is dangerous. Soy Keita is dangerous. I call that dangerous.
I like Gator, man. I like Gator, but
It's fine that y'all like him and y'all appreciate his accolades and all of that. But I think he does himself a disservice. You know what I mean? By not keeping it 100. You know, black folks need to be. You know, you need to keep it 100 with black folks. You know what I'm saying? You can't do all of the hemming and hawing. You do the hemming and hawing, there's no clarity there. You know what I'm saying? You could really easily be as clear as I am. Like he should be as clear as I am. Yo, listen.
What do you mean be clear about what though?
He should be like just the way I was clear. Like when I said, yo,
But when you talk about Egypt,
I ain't got a chance to get my clarity out. I haven't got a chance to get my clarity out. You're already ignoring me. Interrupting me. But what I'm saying is, if he's as clear as I am, like when I say that those modern Egyptians have 8% more sub-Saharan DNA than their ancient ancestors, that's a clear statement right there. That don't leave no ambiguity right there. That'll shut a blackologist up. You can't even. It's no. Ain't nothing to think about no more at that point. You got
all right. The most genetic diversity is African people, right?
That's that good guy's crap. I'm saying that. I think if you see the next interview, I think he's.
Yeah, because y'all just talking outside. Y'all just saying crazy things at this point.
We ain't trying to upset you, that good guy.
It's not about upsetting. It's about saying stuff that's not scientifically backed by anything. Y'all just saying
stuff. Do you not venerate an Afro-Asiatic culture of people other than your own? Yes or no?
Repeat that question.
When you claim Egypt and you venerate it, are you not claiming a group that's outside of your ancestral group?
They're claiming Egypt is in Africa. I don't think anything else would need to be
claimed. This is what I'm saying. I think a lot of the tricks that people make is by lumping the entire continent by saying we can claim the entire continent. And I don't really, I mean, when you look at other continents, are people from certain sections of a particular continent claiming the whole thing or their particular ancestry? So I'm saying even mentality.
I think the conversation is being taken out of context because if you go to museums, they'll take Egypt out of Africa and they make it separate from Africa. I think that's the biggest conversation of the whole thing.
Are ancient Egyptians predominantly sub-Saharan African?
What in the? Do you now you asking another question, so you know you're moving the goalpost right now.
No, I just asked another question. It's not moving the goalposts. It all fits into the same thing I'm trying to bring home. It's a mentality of I think inferiority because when you compare and contrast different civilizations, you look at West Africa and say, "Damn, we can't just rely on this." So really, it's y'all claiming or I guess putting out there how much y'all don't like y'all ancestors, whether y'all know it or not. It's like a subconscious thing.
You're getting it confused. because
Okay, go
even
ahead,
the
go ahead.
people of Egypt, they renovate um you know the Nubian part of Africa, the southern part of Africa. Even the
You talk
18th
about now
dynasty
or back
show.
then? You talk
So
about
I'm
now or
talking about
back then?
back then. I'm talking about back then. The 18th dynasty
Wait,
show how.
have you read the book by Egyptologists talking about the black
I'm not
experience
talking
in
about
Egypt?
books by Egyptologists. I'm talking about what the Egyptians said themselves.
And I know what they said.
And then
They called those Nilotic people wretched. They called them illiterate. They didn't have culture. They took certain goods from them. So I'm confused. And they were completely different group
what,
of people. Nilotics and Afro-Asiatic
well,
speakers. They come
I,
from two different
well,
language
that's my whole
families.
point about Egypt being in Africa.
Okay.
Because once you start doing what every Egyptologist does to take it out of Africa, now we're having two different conversations. Now I'm trying to find out who these
Yeah, I
people
have
are.
no problem even with y'all saying they African, but still understand they come from a different ancestral group than our ancestors.
Yeah,
Completely
but
different. That's all I'm saying.
ancient Egyptians genetically cluster between ancient Berbers, Amazigh, and ancient Levantines in their own group. But the majority of their DNA is Natufian-like. That was around
Yep.
that area for about 10,000 years. So that new study that came out in February, that proved the point that the ancient Egyptians' majority was Natufian-like ancestry.
Yep, that's a fact.
So that's what they're saying. That's what basically all the geneticists say. That's their DNA. It's not black or white or whatever you want to call it. There was black people in
And
Egypt.
you're gonna take that home.
Yes, yeah, mate.
Nah, I just don't, because the whole genome hasn't been sequenced, and it's a lot of holes there's a lot of holes with
No,
it.
there's not a lot of holes. Hang on, buddy. Modern Egyptians are North African. Their Y chromosome is majority E1B1. That old kingdom mummy they found, its Y chromosome was E1B1 from the Western Desert, and its empty DNA was, I think, I, which originally came from West Eurasia probably 20,000 years ago. You got to remember back migrations. Egypt is right next to the Levant. Even the Sudanese samples from the Neolithic, most of them had Eurasian empty DNA markers. So you gotta understand that part of Africa there was
Let me ask you
migration
one good
in and out.
question. One question.
Yeah, you can ask me a question.
All right. So, did they ever took DNA from the first dynastic period? From
Fourth dynasty. I can put it in the Discord. I can read it all out.
Fourth dynasty.
The problem with that study, they practically said it had no sub-Saharan admixture, not even East African. But that mummy did have a bit of East African hunter-gatherer motto, but still it didn't cluster. It clustered between Amazigh Berbers and ancient Levantines with high amounts of Natufian, similar to Bedouin bees from Saudi Arabia, the isolated Arabs, because they have very high Natufian-like ancestry. So and the Natufians weren't
Could you
white.
put that in the discourse or in the
I'll go through the whole study for you. I've read the whole thing. That's a new study that came out. Chief X done a show on it. He already done a show on it. That sort of ends the debate. That's from the Old Kingdom, and it was in Middle Egypt.
That good guy left. I ain't looked over this.
Did you want me to put it in the Discord? I can put it in later if you like.
Drop it in there. Drop. You got the 2025 on there. Go ahead, drop.
Oh no, is this? Yeah, I can put it, but I've screenshot the main bits in it. I think so. The PCA map showed this sample with modern populations, and it fits exactly where modern Egyptians fits between the ancient Berbers and the ancient Levantines. It sits right in the middle in their own group. So that ain't. The study's not saying that the ancient Egyptians were Levantines, and they're not saying they were Berbers. They were saying they were just Egyptians geographically around that area. distinct from other populations. You can say they were a little bit distant to Sudanese, but Sudanese also have a lot of Eurasian DNA. So they have like 40% in Aswan and Northern Sudan.
Yeah. Drop it so I mean, I really didn't look at the whole 2025 one right there.
Hey,
Yeah, that
Astro,
one.
like
It's
Hey,
not.
Astro,
It's not on a.
I like to wait for it to
It's
come out, and
the
then
2017.
like every journal you got to deal with the smoke. Like I'm always
Yeah,
worried of people treating journals like the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like
But this is pretty clear. So look, the thing is it's complete. It's exactly the same as the 2017 study.
yeah,
But the 2017 study, it showed that them Egyptians had a little bit more Iranian Neolithic. So there was a little bit of migration from the Levant into Egypt, from probably the Hyksos or something like that. But this mummy showed like 90% Natufian-like ancestry. That's so high. It's sort of like, it just proves that the indigenous Egyptians, all right, were mainly had Natufian-like ancestry.
yeah.
And the closest populations is funny, it's weird, I shouldn't say it, but the closest populations in the study for this one is Bedouin B, isolated Arabs from the Arabian Peninsula. The ones that have the highest Natufian would be genetically closest to them. And they're dark skinned, they're not white. They're not like, say, I'm Lebanese, they wouldn't be like light skinned Lebanese, they'd be like really dark, sort of probably like people from Upper Egypt. I'm talking about Bedouins.
Yeah,
like darker skinned people. Yeah.
So
So-
Astro, what complaint do either North African, Middle Eastern people have or Egyptian people have toward some of the rhetoric that Stoic Keita puts out there? What is some of the
No, it's no. I'll tell you what it is. It's only one thing. He you know that the DNA tribes, the DNA tribes. When he put that out, he didn't use Egyptians as a source population. He used Great Lakes. So when you also do you remember that study where he said that the 18th dynasty, the Amana mummies, cluster closest. Yeah, with the Great Lakes, but he didn't use modern Egyptians as a source population, and these mummies are from Egypt. So why wouldn't you put Egyptians as a source population? He completely left them out. That's the complaint.
the proxies and all of that.
Ramses,
Using different
also
proxies
Ramses.
and they're getting different results, right?
Yeah. So, and also too, Great Lakes is big. He didn't even mention what tribe. There's Nilotic, there's Bantu in the Great Lakes. Like which tribe, which country? Just it didn't, you know what I mean, specifically say exactly where. But he didn't use Egyptians as a source population. But it's a bogus study anyway. It's not a study peer reviewed by people. Everyone's like, you can read comments on.
Yeah, it was like a shits and giggles type thing that everybody took and started using it like a damn.
Yeah, like it's screenshots and shit like that, you know. When you get down to the real studies, like the 2017 and this new one that came out in 2025, it sort of ends the debate, really. Like everyone knows the Natufians around that area, they're practically the indigenous Egyptians, you could say, with a bit of East African sort of like Cushitic type mixture in the south, north more of the Levantine.
You agree with the reconstruction of the Tufian look?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But Middle Eastern people can have archaic features. It's not. No one owns any features. They can have. They can have dark skin. They can have big noses. They can have big lips. It's not. No one owns any features of humans. It's yeah.
Looks a little weird, but I'll just ask them.
Yeah. No, it's correct. But some of the Natufians, the reconstruction, some of them look Middle Eastern, because Middle Eastern people still have archaic old features from probably what do they call the basal Eurasian DNA that they have. Like Bedouins have very high, like you could say it's Arabian hunter-gatherer, basal Eurasian. Ngozi probably went through this 100 times with everyone. Basal Eurasian is a component that didn't mix with Neanderthals. So all non-Africans have Neanderthal admixture, but the least amount of them are people from the Arabian Peninsula and from the Levant. They do have, but it's lower than Europeans and Asians, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's a basal Eurasian. So the Natufians were very basal Eurasian. So they still had, out of Africa, sort of archaic features that probably went and gone. But Middle Eastern people, they're very diverse, like Africa, you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Asia
I
big
just-
as hell.
Well, yeah, that's the main gripe. It sounds like his proxies and what he did actually opened the door for a lot of pseudo individuals to, like you say, use screenshots.
Yeah, that's
DNA
that's
tribe
all.
was like 200 people. Like, you know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah,
we
they
had a
did-
big
look,
art. Big
the amount of mummies now are getting retested, and because some of them could have been contaminated because they're actually from Upper Egypt. But this 2025 study that came out, a lot of the mtDNA, even in Neolithic Sudan, had West Eurasian origin. So do you remember Amenhotep III? He was H2B. Also, that was found in Neolithic Sudan, H and I, and all these weird like mtDNAs. It's just from back migrations. That's all it is.
Did they use and they went up and down and now, right? What they got like about? I heard they were supposed to use like 4,000 or 5,000 samples.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one, but they do that. I don't know. I've seen it on a page, but they had the Egyptian one. They had another one from Sudan, I forget the name of the city. It had
already all the way out yet? I know we've been waiting for a while. Is it out though?
No, the study is in it's in a journal, so it's got like it covers Europe and stuff like that. Had a section for this study was done probably about 4 years ago, but it was released 2025. And it's got the PCA maps on there, so you could actually look and see where that sample sits, and it samples like where modern Egyptians sit right now. I've also got another PCA map of the 2017 modern populations and ancient. Same thing. They cluster between North African Moroccans and Levantines. So you could say Eastern Mediterranean. I know you hate that word Mediterranean, but that's where they cluster genetically. I'm not talking about culture, nothing like that. I'm not the origins of Egypt and stuff like that. I'm talking about genetics.
Right.
Yeah,
Most people use pots and
live-
shit, like pottery and all that shit.
Drop it in Discord, Astro.
What's that, champ?
Drop it in Discord for me.
Give me about half an hour. I'll put the full study in, mate. I've read the whole thing. It's got it's only one sample, but it's one sample. I think Tony, I had a debate with him over, and he was saying, "Oh, that sample's just a peasant because it wasn't from a pharaoh or something like that." But it's still from the Old Kingdom, and it's the oldest sample yet to date. Yeah, that's pretty old. Old Kingdom. That's nearly 4,500 years ago.
Cool.
Yeah. And I know some people, they'll say there was no black people in Egypt. Yeah, there was. You could probably consider them black, just like modern Egyptians. Have you seen modern Egyptians?
Yeah.
Some of them, what do they look like to you? Some of them can look mixed, Puerto Rican, what? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they got range.
I'm from the Middle East. So when we look at Egyptians, we know the Egyptians straight away by their look. Yeah, do you get what I'm saying? It's like Asians, like Koreans, they can tell the difference between a Chinese or thing. But a lot of Afrocentrics, they just look at Egyptians. Oh, the Arabs. So they can look different. They have their own unique look, like Moroccans, like people from the Levant, and like people from Arabia. So yeah.
They look like where they from. They look Eastern Mediterranean. They look like they from the Eastern Mediterranean. Everybody
North
over
African
there.
and Upper Egypt.
Yeah, North African, Eastern. The thing is, like the North Africans have a look, but see, them Egyptians got that more Eastern Mediterranean look. That's how you can distinguish them from the rest of the North Africans. You know what I mean? Because you even look at a motherfucker from Nazareth. Like he gonna have a similar look to an Egyptian. This is why I always say that they the biblical niggas. Because
that's
you
true.
go find a nigga from Nazareth right now. You know what I'm saying? Like he looked like an Egyptian. He looked like
Yeah.
you can dig up
In
Akhenaten
in
and go
southern,
get a nigga from Nazareth right now today and dig up Akhenaten. They're gonna be twin brothers.
yeah, but
Wait,
You know
if you
what
isn't
I'm
get
it
up,
a
saying?
biblical
if you
story
get
of
an upper
like somebody
Egyptian,
posing as an Egyptian because they look alike? Ain't that in the Bible or some shit like that?
yeah, yeah.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
The whole biblical
Come.
story happened,
They were
man.
saying they could disguise as Egyptians because they look like them.
Yeah. The
Exactly.
whole story takes place in Egypt.
Paul was called an Egyptian. In the Bible, they mistaken Paul for an Egyptian.
And where was
Jesus,
Paul from? Where was Paul from, Chef?
He was from Nazareth, wasn't it? Galilee.
Nah,
He was from
he's from
Galilee.
Turkey. He's from Turkey.
oh, he was from
He's from
Turkey.
Anatolia. He's from Anatolia.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
all that whole Eastern Mediterranean. See, Anatolia is in the
Yeah,
Eastern
yeah, but
Mediterranean.
Corey, upper Egyptians, a lot of them have dark skin. You have to be honest.
Yeah,
Some of them,
no.
when you
I'm
ask
not. I'm
one,
not going to deny along the borderline in America.
yeah, yeah,
We got a lot
you
of
got
niggas that look like Mexicans. Like
exactly.
like right.
But you get a lot, them borderlines, like
That's actually a good
Allah.
analogy, boy. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. I'm not going to deny that. Come on now,
Yeah,
that'd be crazy.
you got to be fair. You can't say
Stop. That good guy was. Man, what's up, bro? This chat got this Discord boys got a little interesting today. I don't know what
Yeah.
Brad did.
Oh,
What's
Assad
good?
M. Khan here. Hey, Assad, teach these motherfuckers.
Oh shit. So my man is saying that a lot of stuff is not Tufian, which is just an age.
Yeah,
Not,
I'm saying that, champ.
how you
I'm
doing,
saying
fam?
that.
So 2017, which I'm
Mm.
looking at right now, says, and it tells you right at the top, it says ancient Egyptian mummy genome suggests an increase of sub-Saharan African ancestry in post-Roman periods.
Yep.
And so if you're there, we're good. We know that Napata and Nakata are its original sources. We know that they move down north as the culture grows. Know what they're naming their first cities. They're calling it Taseti, which most of us associate with Nubia.
Hey, champ, listen, 1 second, champ. Talk about DNA. Don't talk about the culture and stuff like that, because we're not saying it's not African or you're gonna go down south and mix it all up a bit. You got to stick to the DNA. If you're gonna talk
We can
about
get to
DNA,
the
talk
DNA,
about
but we
DNA.
need to know where the DNA comes from. So
No,
this is why
But
this
you
is
can,
important.
but champ,
We can get
look,
to
you can.
mitochondrial DNA haplogroups and frequencies in just a moment. But one thing you
Oh,
skipped
oh,
over,
in the
because you
Discord,
keep suggesting, hold tight,
in the
because we heard
Discord,
you.
I'll
Hold
post
tight, hold
DNA.
tight, Astro Boy. You said what you said. Now
Yep.
we need to discuss where some of this comes from. So
Okay.
you said that the Mediterranean came back in, and then you made a suggestion about
I didn't say
Natufians.
Mediterranean. I said, hang on. I said geneticists now say that the indigenous Egyptians had Natufian-like ancestry. So if you're telling me, so the Delta, it borders the Levant, the Natufians would have been there 15,000 years in and out, mixing with each other. And Natufian is a mixture between, has 75% Druidesian-like DNA, which you could say is like a basal Eurasian sort of like mix, and has 25% Ibo-Mauritian from Morocco. That's the mixture of Natufian with some Eastern
There are
hunter-gatherer in it.
Nubian Natufians as well. This
What's
is
that?
exactly why I have to make this point, because
No.
you're leaving out.
Nubians are not Natufians. Hang on, buddy.
No, you're wrong. So
No,
there are
no,
Nubian
Roddy.
Natufians.
Natufian spoken Afro-Asiatic language.
No, you got to stop that. So
No. You
Nubians
tell
are
me what a.
also
Hang on, buddy.
Natufian.
What a Natufian is first.
We heard you
What's the
talk the
DNA
whole time.
composition of a
We're
Natufian?
trying to get it out, but we can't do it if you keep interrupting the discussion. So you said what you said. Now let's get to some actual points so we can
Yeah, come on.
see if what you say is on point, right? So
We talk about the haplogroup frequencies, since you want to jump right into it.
Yep.
Sub-Saharan, which on my chart from the 2017 is shown in the green. North
Yep.
Africa is shown light green, meaning they're from the same cultures. Near East was shown orange, and the other was shown in yellow. Ancient was shown in blue. And when you
What's the
talk about
markers?
the
You got to
MD,
name the markers.
brother, let me
Name the
finish. You can
Neolithic
say what
group.
you got to say after I finish. Let me finish. We talk about the MDS of HVR1 sequence data. Color scheme as above notes that the ancient groups were pooled. The sky grid plot depicting effective population size estimates over the last 5,000 years in Egypt. So we got a time frame. We're given a 5,000 year time frame of what we're looking at. The vertical bars, which you guys can't see and I can, indicate the ages that analyze 90 mitochondrial genomes. That means 3 samples with the genome wide data highlighted are in red. We've
Yeah.
got 90 of the mitochondrial genomes. That's something you need to tell the people. Note that the values on Y axis are given in female effective population size times generation time were rescaled by 114.5 for the estimation of the study population size, assuming 29-year generation time and equal male and female effective population sizes. So this is the dichotomy of the people that they're surveying and scaling to see the DNA.
So
not
what's now?
300,000,
I'll ask you a
not
question. I want to ask you a
500, not
question.
all the other
I
stuff you
want
were
to ask you a
saying
question.
before.
What's the majority? What's the majority of the MTA DNA markers?
Sub-Saharan.
What's that?
Sub-Saharan.
From 2017.
Yeah.
Are you taking drugs or something, buddy?
No, are you slow?
2017, 90% of them are West Eurasian. I don't know what the hell you're going on about.
I don't know what you're lying
Where'd you
about.
get what
Right
is
here.
the
This is Nature
sub-Saharan? You
Communications.
don't even know what you're talking about.
Egyptian mummy genomes suggest an
2017 study,
increase
the MTA DNA markers.
sub-Saharan African ancestry
Oh my
in post-Roman periods. This is
Post-Roman, it
Marina J.
means
Schumann.
it
This
means
is
that more
Alexander Peltzer.
sub-Saharan African
This is
DNA
Beatrix
came
Welt. This is
during
Paul Van
Roman
Pelt.
times into Egypt. You're not
Correct.
understanding the study. Did you actually read it?
You don't know what you're looking at. And this is
I
why
know
you
what I'm
guys
looking at.
confusing Natufian with a cult, like a people or a culture. Natufian
No.
is a time
It's not-
frame. This is why you
we're
don't
talking
think
about
that
genetics.
Nubians are Natufian.
No.
Which is silly.
Nubians have Natufian. Nubians have Natufian admixture. Somalis have Natufian admixture.
Exactly. So when I
Eritreans
said
are
it before, and you
yeah, but
denied
the
that they were
majority. Hang on.
Natufian,
Let me
why
talk.
would you lie and say that in
When
front of the people who lost breath?
when you compare a Somali to an Egyptian, the difference is that the Somali has 50% Nilotic, which the Nilotic makes him genetically distant from the Natufian because the Natufian
No.
didn't have Nilotic ancestry, if you get what I'm saying, because Africa's
I don't
very
get what
diverse. So
you're
if you
saying.
get one group, let me talk, buddy. If you get a group like a Bantu group or a Nilotic group, they're never ever going to cluster next to each other, and they're very genetically distant to West Eurasians. But North African
that's
modern
a lie
Egyptians,
right there.
modern
And I'll tell
Egyptians.
you why.
Hang
Black
on, buddy.
people
Modern
make
Egyptians
white people.
are North
This is how
African.
you
They're
got the
still Africans.
E1B1 marker. Did you
Yeah,
forget Gunther
E1B1.
Dacker's
That's modern
study?
Egyptians. They're modern
Did you
Egyptians.
forget Gunther Dacker's study, who had more mummies than the new one, where they took it in a Ptolemaic cemetery and said this, and it tells you at the end of the article. I don't know why you're trying to confuse the people. At the end of the article, it tells you that these are ancient Egyptians from the Ptolemaic era.
No, they're not,
So it's
buddy.
not
You don't even
like
know what you're talking about. Listen, in
era.
the Discord, I'll make you eat your words. In the Discord, I'm going to show.
Waiting, and I'm hungry.
I'll screen record this. All right, you said they're from the Ptolemaic period. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah. Study says that. Would you like me to
hang
pull
on.
up the
Let me talk. They're from the end of the New Kingdom, not from the Ptolemaic. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you
when
went
did
from
Ptolemaic
Middle Kingdom earlier before I hopped on here. Now they're at the end of the New Kingdom. Who are they?
One of the samples is from
give us a straight answer today, brother.
600 BC. When did the Ptolemaics come in? 600 BC.
600. Okay,
when-
so that would be the end
that's even
of the
before
dynastic
Herodotus.
period. It's the 30th and 31st dynasty. You know this, right?
Okay, so now, all right. So what do you think of the 2025 study? What
I
you got
told
any
you.
comments on that?
I think it's silly, just like the scholars tell you that they did it in an isolated
So
area.
you know
which
better.
looks
You know
like
better
it's
than
a-
geneticists.
You gonna
So you
answer
know
the
better
question
than.
and then answer the question for me. They told
Hey,
you
Yeah,
I'm
let
gonna
him,
that
ask
the
you
let him,
something.
let him get it
You
off.
know more
Let him get
than
it
a
off, man.
geneticist.
he
You know
want to
more
cut
than a
Let him get it
everybody
geneticist.
off.
off because you busted right now.
Look, what I'm gonna
Told
do.
you
What I'm gonna do.
that
Hang on,
study.
buddy. Listen. Are you in the Discord?
How many
Are
want
you in
me
the
hang on?
Discord?
You asking me a question. Let
Are
me
you in the
answer a
Yeah,
Discord?
question.
yeah.
You're
If
not
he's
black
in
men.
here, if
Are
he's
you in
in
the
here, if
Discord?
he's in there, ask him. He's in the Discord. If he's in
Yeah,
here, he's
okay.
in the
I'll
Discord.
post a study. I'll post a study and I'll go through every single word with it with you, and you can eat your words because this is
And
the
I'll post
oldest
this study
sample.
right
This
now.
is not. This is
And I'll
not.
feed
This
you
is
those
not.
words
This is
right
from
back.
the time of the pyramids. So you've got to get it through your head. What time period? Because you keep saying from the Greeks, and then you say, oh, the Egyptians were black before the Arabs, and you're all mixed
What
up.
are you
You're all over
talking
the place,
about? We
bud.
ain't said none of that yet. We ain't
No,
got
no,
to
no.
none
What
of that shit.
I'll post the study.
Going
I'll
over
post the
stuff in
study
your
in the
mind that's
Discord.
happened to you before. Where is the
I'll
Discord
post the
chat? Because I'm
study
gonna
in the
post this.
Discord.
I'm gonna post this in there right now. And
Yeah,
let me see if
okay,
you
no
can.
worries. No, you should learn how to read studies because the study said the 8% increase happened from Roman times to the new to present
Say
day.
it again.
I don't
Roman
think he
times.
understands.
What?
It's saying
Say it again
it
for the
said that
people from Roman
what's that?
times. Say it again
Yeah,
for the
to
people from
present day.
Roman times.
To present day increase of
Okay, so
sub-Saharan.
from Roman times to the present day, what I just told you from the Ptolemaic era, now they're saying it's even after the Ptolemaic because the Romans are after the Ptolemies. So
Yeah.
and I'm giving them at least to the Ptolemaics because I know they found that grave with 700 Greek bodies just thrown in it unceremoniously. And I
Yeah,
know that they're
Greeks
using
didn't.
some of those
Greeks did
mummies because I
firstly.
just
You're
came
wrong.
out
Greeks don't.
only
Greek,
about
the
4 or
Greek,
5 years ago. We
the Greeks
discussed it then.
didn't. The Greeks
So
don't mummify their bodies. Only Egyptians did. So
exactly
you
because they're not
any
Egyptian.
any mummy they found is Egyptian, not Greek. Anyway,
No,
look,
because
I'm
some
going
of
to
the
take off.
Greeks also
I'm
mummified
going
their
to take off.
bodies and they
I'll
put
get the
vitamin
study
on
ready
their
for
skin.
you.
But
For
they
you and
threw
your
700 of those bodies
you and
inside that hole because they weren't
listen.
Egyptian and they
Are
were
you in the
just trying to
Discord?
get
I'll
rid
put
of
the
the
study
bodies
in for
without
you now.
having disease spread around the country. If you know the studies like you claim to, but you seem not to. So where is the Discord drop? I'm going to drop mine. You drop yours. Let the people
No
read and
worries.
see for themselves.
And I'll drop it from the 4th dynasty. You show me something better than that.
I'll show you
Okay, mate?
Dr. Dacker study, and he'll
Yeah,
show
I've
you
got
the E1B1 from
I've
the
got
Africans made the Europeans.
recent.
How do you
I
want
got
to do it?
from the European. What are you talking about? From the European? It's a genetical study on an ancient Egyptian
Africans
mummy
make
from the
Europeans. Do you
4th
not comprehend
dynasty. What
what
can't you
what
understand?
evolution is? You not
Evolution.
understand? You get E1B1 from African DNA first, then you become European as you
No,
leave the
no.
continent.
Hang on.
Yeah,
The
It's called
EB1,
science, buddy. So
look, Einstein was EB1B1. So what? So does that mean
just
that he's
means
got to
that
be? Does that mean he's African? Well, that's a silly
means
thing
that
to
he's
say,
got
mate.
African ancestry, just
North
like everybody
Africans,
else on the planet, unless you're a
North
Neanderthal
Africans,
full-blooded. You don't have any.
North
State
Africans are
claim to have found some
majority.
of them.
Can you let some modern North Africans are majority E1B1, Amazigh E-81M. Modern Egyptians from the Delta are EV22. Upper Egypt EV12. They're African. They're North African. That's them.
Know that.
Them one chromosomes are not found in the Levant or Arabia like it's found in Egypt.
Know that.
So this,
So what?
yeah. So the Africans. What's the problem? What is like you're saying? So you're saying that genetically?
We're talking about
No. You got to
Yeah.
respect the Egyptians because they're African, but they're just North African. So what's
There
the
goes
problem?
the article right there.
Okay,
Because you
listen.
don't want anybody else
I
to
gotta
talk.
go.
You want
I
to
gotta
try to
go. I'll
dominate
come
the
back and I'll put it in the
conversation.
Discord. I'll put it in the Discord for you.
Put it here in the chat. I don't know where the Discord
No,
is.
I've got to because it's on file, so it's a full study. But the bits in it, I'll just I'll send the link to you. and I'll screenshot the PCA maps and show you where that old kingdom mummy, where it clusters between modern populations. Okay?
We seen that before too. Yeah, we've
Okay,
seen
we'll
that.
see it. You'll see it again. Okay?
Let me give you
All
also
right,
this
peace out,
one from
everyone.
UCL College. I want you to get the full gamut of it, and I want you to get the full understanding, because there's no way that the scientists can trace this culture from Naphtha Playa, where we know at that time that type of DNA wasn't flourishing. It was a bunch of Nahesi. We know that because their pottery doesn't change. It stays black top pottery all through
There you
their
go. There you go.
suggestive
Mixing
situation.
nilotics with a whole different group of people. There you go.
Exactly. So when you talk about these, like when we go to the tombs of Mesna, right? Yeah, I'm gonna put the Messner book in here too, so there's no confusion or somebody trying to tell y'all a story about a Roman cemetery, being the ancient Egyptians again. We need to make sure that we on point when we look at these studies, especially at the end of the study, it tells you clearly this is a Roman cemetery and this is basically around the Ptolemaic era. It's the silliest thing possible. And then to turn around and say, okay, so we got these Roman graves here. It's clear to see that the whole culture of ancient Egypt must have been Bayesian Eurasian. That's crazy. When it starts in the Hesse land, it starts with the Nubians. What are you talking about, brother? Goes the book right there, El Mahesna. You can go look at the graves and see the bodies in them and see that they got the same burial practice damn near of the Congo while they laying on their left side. And it's over 90 graves, but this is just one of the books from the ancient studies, and this is from the racist who was telling you that it has to be white, but later in their books they like, clearly there's much Negro blood in these people. Same people who tried to name a Nubian European African, Ethiopian European African, and a Tuba Libyan European African. Need I go in on the list of the types of bodies that they found in those graves, showing you the beginning of Egypt and ancient Kemet as it starts to flourish to the north before they actually start to meet others who migrate into that area, such as the Hikakasu, who were ran at that time by the Amu and the Chenahu. So when he makes those suggestions, absolutely silly, absolutely crazy. It doesn't correspond with the beginnings of ancient Egypt or the findings of ancient Egypt. And just as he pointed out, as he hopped off,
Get them niggas
great
a
site
song.
is Roman.
Buddy, where you at, man? Get this nigga,
I
man.
like that argument. I like that argument. That's the argument Unc used to use a lot, right? He said, if a racist white man said these mummies got a bunch of niggas, right? Like that's some of the wildest shit. This is why I know Unc used to be on y'all team. Y'all got a lot of them arguments from Unc. They some wild ass arguments, bro. So I'm gonna listen to the rest white man, right? Tell me that these mummies had some nigga DNA in them or nigga blood in them or whatever the hell it is y'all said. Just some wild ass, crazy ass shit. Come on, man. Like, I'm done talking to motherfuckers who half insane on the internet. Like, come on, man. We can't do this shit.
He said,
Halfway insane niggas on the goddamn internet.
might
Half
not
you
love
niggas is insane.
he might not love
Can't
his
even
people.
function in life. Talking wild shit. Like, cut that shit out, bro. That shit sound wild as fuck, bro.
Yeah.
Wild
So when you
as
find
fuck.
it in a UNESCO book and they say the same thing, how wild is it then when scientists are saying that they were obviously racist in their studies? See, this is what I'm talking about. You need self-love. When you hate yourself, it is show when you have these types of conversations, and that's okay. You might be we call them, we say there's a difference between the house and the field. But I'm just saying this because I ain't gonna put you in either scenario. I'm just saying, uh, when you go look at the studies and they tell you that they were clearly being racist here, clearly paid by the establishment here, which we know because we know who was paying them and we know why they was over there to prove Christian information through Egyptian artifacts. So if you don't see the agenda that was put forth in Egyptology to start the study in the first place, you're not well traveled. You got to do some more studying and some more rocking. I'm off of here though. I just wanted to throw them 2 tidbits. Get them, chef. Get them, chef.
Oh, look at the, you know, go holler at Saw come and drop them like, get that nigga.
Yeah, I don't even have the energy to respond to that shit. I ain't gonna lie, you got it.
Man, I just woke up and y'all done let Saw and Kai in this motherfucker. Boy, this
Motherfucker, he bodied
this
me.
shit finna be interested in a motherfucker. I can't believe this. Oh shit.
Soon as I seen him hit the panel, I said it's on.
It's I wish I could have heard the whole thing, Chef. I just woke up. It's like, God damn. I done missed it.
Saw came through and dropped the mic on these niggas.
This
So
nigga
listen,
is an Egyptologist.
bro, this is
That nigga, he
man,
didn't
I'm
he
gonna
didn't
fuck
even
around.
understand what he was saying. Like he
I don't
didn't
think
even
he
understand
did.
what he was
I came in for 2 minutes and oh, bro, this shit finna. If I get a goddamn eye of horse over my fucking eye, y'all don't. I'm blaming Brass or whoever dropped that goddamn Discord link.
I'ma just say you ain't gonna out talk us all. Like that's
Never.
don't even try it. Like that's
And he
you
makes
just let
that
your
shit
go.
sound good.
It
He
sounds
makes it
good as
sound
fuck.
good. That's what I'm saying. Like, nigga, I'm gonna
What?
be
He's one of the best in the game.
Yeah.
But look
That
though,
is,
y'all noticed how Astro was talking about earlier about Soy Kieta and how he used proxies from the Great Lakes. What are the talking points that a lot of these niggas use? And what screenshots do they use to prove that whole pharaohs from the Great Lakes and all of that?
they actually be using that shit?
Or they be using the whole E1. You remember like in 23andMe when brothers was taking that shit and that bitch would say like you share ancestry with
Oh
Pharaoh,
yeah.
and you got E1, B1A and all of that shit.
You related to Ramses.
Yeah, bro, that shit was crazy. But yeah, most people use them talking points. So yo, they got Great Lakes DNA, they got this and that. Like a lot of niggas use them talking points. So hearing it from Astro, person who's non-biased, he gave him his credit, but at the same time, he said that's where he fucked up at. So it can come off like he's pandering to a certain group of people versus just keeping it straight, being a straight shooter like a Hawass. You know what I mean? So
But you
So
know what's
why
pointing
do
out? That shit was
Hawaii
like
get to be a straight shooter, but Soy Kiata is not a straight shooter?
because you know Hawass, I'm assuming is dealing with and he understands the talking points of Afrocentrists, so he doesn't leave no leeway or room for that thought to even persist in their mind. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a prideful thing in him being Egyptian. Guess
Yeah,
he's showing
so
his
he has
nationalism.
an agenda.
Yeah, of correcting
Like,
information from crazy ass black
he's
people who think they from Egypt.
a
Yes, I
he's a
actually support that
nationalist.
because you know it's so crazy. If you had Egyptians or any other group of people claiming any part of African American culture, we would be sensitive as fuck.
no, I agree.
He said the Egyptians ain't African. He said they ain't African, they Egyptian. That's a wasp.
I kind of see that perspective though,
But how
because
would they
again,
be African?
it be blackologists overly, not all blackologists, because experts want to push the whole. Some of them want to push the whole indigenous African thing too. But if you admit that these people didn't even know what Africa was and all of that, and they got remnants of cultures not only from Africa but West Eurasia, who are you to say they just one thing anyway? Especially that's why I appreciate what Egyptians say. A lot of Egyptians say that I'm not African or Eurasian. I'm Egyptian. They got all right to say that.
Then ain't nobody's African.
Right.
I mean,
You
I'm
wouldn't
saying
let a
that certain
Ghanaian
I'm
say
saying that certain position where Egypt is unique because it's
yeah,
mixed.
but you wouldn't allow that from anybody else in Africa. You'll clearly give them their designation of being.
Bro, sub-Saharan Africans don't. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I gotta know that.
Look, you see how you just did that?
I'm saying sub-Saharan Africans have virtually no Eurasian admixture on a level to where they can claim both. You sub-Saharan. You want a
Right.
part of our populations that went out of Africa.
Right.
That's a fact.
That's a whole nother point though, Fatty. But you see how you emphatic about calling them sub-Saharan African.
I'm not emphatic. That's just the phylogenetic tree of what we classified as. It's not
Right.
I'm not
So if they are an African population, right? The country and the people exist on a continent of Africa.
But look though, remember that screenshot I showed
That's
you
all
on
people
Wiki?
saying. Why would Hawaii deny that part?
I'm saying the reason why I brought up different fields again. Remember on Wikipedia, if you go on the genetic history of Africa, there's a section called Indigenous Africans, and what do they say? They say Afro-Asiatic They say basically the clear-cut Indigenous Africans are Khoisan, Pygmies, Nilo-Saharans, and Niger-Congo. They make a whole section saying that the consensus on Afro-Asiatic populations is still in the air. But you can that's why I say different fields in archaeology and shit like that, where you're talking about pottery. Yeah, you can call them Egyptians African. It just depends on what field and what lands you're looking through. That's all. But yeah, like Astro said, they do got African markers and shit like that, but they also on the maternal side got a lot of shit from Eurasia. So are you going to overemphasize the paternal haplogroup, the maternal haplogroup, or the fucking overall autosomal DNA? So it just depends. So I see both sides for real. But they situation unique because they, you know what I mean? Like Astro said, they North African.
They what? Y'all went out. Yeah, I
was wondering though. I was like, that good guy part up. I was like, what did a song? I mean, what a song called part up? And I was like, okay, then I saw y'all was live. Hey, that's a good strategy right there.
Saw the car came through and nuked this motherfucker.
I ain't even got the energy. Yeah, I ain't even got the energy to be talking about Egypt at all. Fuck Egypt.
Yo, nuked y'all asses.
It be like the Royal Rumble, like God damn.
Shit.
Nah, he got body. Astro bodied him. Astro bodied him on that article alone. He didn't even know what the article was talking about. He hyped because he talking about post Rome. I'm like, nigga, that kills you. What are you? Like, you're not even following what he's saying.
Got the silver bullet. To tell y'all the truth, but y'all didn't really hear what Astro was laying down. Astro really these niggas don't want that. They don't want him to come break that. They want him to break that article down point by point. Ain't nowhere in the fuck they want that nigga to break that article down point by point. Because if he do, it's over. They gotta shut the fuck up. They gotta say things like the racist white man said that the mummies had nigger blood in them. That's where he gonna resort him to. That's where he gonna break their argument down to. Is some racist white guy back in the 1800s didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, right? Said they had nigger blood. That's the best you can come with? Like, that's wild as fuck to me, bro. I don't know. Maybe it ain't that wild to y'all, but that shit right there,
they
bro.
dealing with some outdated Euro.
I can't even have a conversation. Yeah, and that they don't agree with. They pull out a nigga that they don't agree with, some racist white motherfucker from the 1800s that they don't agree with.
That ain't nobody
they had
that shit no more, and they're arguing that, just saying that. Like, bro, that's crazy. That I've been through
they got that. The wild part is they got that argument from Brother Unk. Brother Unk done said that a million times. A million times, bro. Yeah. The racist white man said that the mummies had the black top pottery and they had nigger blood in them. They was in the nigger graves and the pan grave because they was niggas in the pan grave. A bunch of lunatic, just fucking dumb, retarded, ignorant ass shit. I can't even pull a word out. You know what I'm saying? That shit is Yeah, the pan grade, the pots and pans, and the wild, just a bunch of wild ass shit that he depend on the ignorance of the audience. See, they depend on the audience to be just as ignorant as they is. You know what I'm saying? No, our audience know how to fucking read, bro. Our audience know what the statistics is and shit like that, bro. Like, come on, man, cut that stupid ass shit out. Somebody got to call that. Like, motherfucker, just let that boy ramble on for a half hour uninterrupted. That's another problem, bro. Like a pseudo can ramble on uninterrupted for a half hour, rambling off a bunch of wild ass shit and don't nobody interrupt that shit. That shit's wild to me. But I
You gotta
digress.
be able to check. I gotta be able to check him on. He came in that motherfucker swinging, dropping
He came in
elbows.
hot. He came in hot.
When you come in the Royal Rumble, you can't come put like you gotta come and hitting everybody. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Shit.
Nigga came in hot. Yeah.
I mean, the motherfucker with the proper grammar and shit.
Exactly. Hey Corey, if you've been fighting already for an hour and a nigga fresh jump out his car and he fresh, you feel me? Like, yo, you just gotta know when to back up, yo, and just you gotta let that nigga tie out, yo. Like, no, you can't go ahead.
You all out of breath and shit. This nigga
Exactly.
just got get the whoop of your ass.
That nigga came in hot.
You gotta kick your second win.
You got, yeah.
I've tapped out of the Egyptian conversation. I'm more of a spectator now, bro. I've done my time.
Yeah, I did my tour.
Yeah, I did my bid, bro. Yeah,
I did my tour on Egypt. Like that shit.
Yeah.
I'm done my tour, but I'm still gonna call out niggas when that shit is wild as fuck. I'm just gonna tell you, bro. That's some wild ass shit, bro. I'm not arguing with it. I'm not gonna argue whether these Egyptians is. I could give a fuck what they was, really, to tell you the truth, goddamn it. But you know, it's just wild shit, bro. You gotta say something about that. I can't let it go. It just irks me, man, just to hear the wild. And then we listen to some nigga who got a master's degree from the School of Japan and shit. Just a wild ass nigga, bro. Wild in a motherfucker.
You don't want to give that man credit for discovering
the series.
That's on you. Yeah. You got to
He discovered a unknown nebula and shit. This nigga he went to the School of Japan and discovered some unknown nebula out there. Wow. This is a wild ass nigga, bro. We gotta stop this shit. We can't have conversations with half insane motherfuckers, bro. Like if I was like, how much of a conversation would y'all have with me if I said I had a astrophysics degree from the School of Japan? Like, it's the wildest fuck. Where is the School of Japan? Where in the fuck is the School of Japan at, bro? Like, I don't know. I never heard of the motherfucker.
No, but
right?
he told us he discovered.
But he went there. This nigga from New York went there though. Yeah.
He discovered a star or something. He said, right?
Yeah, I forgot what it was.
No, it was
But he told us this while he was driving a tractor trailer. So I'm like, yo, so like, how did you do that? Like, niggas be amazing.
Like the nigga knows jujitsu.
Truck driver, Egyptologist,
truck driver,
astrophysicist, and now geneticist. Like,
he
know Metanetru and jujitsu. He know Metanetru and jujitsu too.
Well, see, y'all don't know that makes perfect sense because I'm a truck driver and I know how crazy them motherfuckers are, yo. So that makes sense now. That makes total fucking sense, yo.
He need to go get on the CG.
That nigga, he buy truck, boxing, kickboxing. He do jujitsu and Thai Muay and goddamn it, that motherfucker do it all, bro. Like,
I'm saying he trained Tyson Fury or something was crazy. What is
No, I think he do
If he
some like.
told you that shit while driving, if he told you that shit while driving the truck, then you can't be surprised if he tells you he got the cure for cancer and AIDS tomorrow. I promise God you
Talk
can't.
about that fighting shit now for some time, like years and years ago.
Yeah, I seen him in his karate outfit.
Yeah. That man, y'all fucking with a polymath, man. I ain't listening to you, nigga.
Yeah.
Man, a damn polymath. That motherfucker, he probably sold too. Nigga, post that all that nigga is fucking amazing, nigga.
That nigga said he a poly.
Yeah, man. But Imhotep in the flesh, nigga slipping.
Who called them Imhotep?
Imhotep, man. Yeah.
That pyramid, nigga.
Hey, but you gotta give him credit. That man he came in that bitch, though.
He came in hot.
Yeah.
He backed
It's
y'all
crazy
niggas
how
up.
black Christians sound way more logical than black people who claim Egypt.
To what?
Black people who are like Christians who claim Christianity and shit like that. I'm trying to think as to why, like, even though both ideologies are like religious in thought, how come one doesn't affect the other group as a wild way of thinking? I don't know. That's why I be thinking a lot of these niggas were better off staying Christian.
Because the black Egyptian niggas really don't exist.
Yeah.
This is some wild online shit that they like to talk about online. You feel me? The black Christian is real people in the real world. You feel me?
Yeah. And most black families don't think that they are the Israelites. Like my mom and my grandmother didn't think Jesus was black. Like she wasn't under that illusion.
I remember though, like listening to Bible study and shit like that though, and them specifically shitting on like, you know, in certain passages of the Bible, I don't know, like how they say Egyptians. Comparing like our faith is different and Egyptians venerate idols and shit like that, idolatry and shit.
Mm-hmm.
On my trip.
No, that's a fact. Especially around the time of Easter, you know what I mean? You learn about the Passover and you know the Exodus out of Egypt and how the Jews and the Christians are different from the Egyptians because they were idolaters, right? That was an idolatrous nation or country of people, and that's why the children of Israel had to separate from them. So in church, Egypt was never bigged up. In the black church. You know what I mean? That was the enemy.
That's what I'm saying. That shit funny.
And they more African than Israelites.
Right.
Right. Don't make sense at all.
Yeah, we never in the church never identified with the Egyptians.
Hell no.
Like, no, you identify with the Asiatic, the children of Abraham. You wouldn't dare identify with the Egyptians. It's the same way with being a Muslim. You dig what I'm saying? Even when they talk about Moses and Pharaoh in the Quran, as a Muslim, you're going to identify with Moses and not Pharaoh. You dig what I'm saying? As a Muslim, you feel me? Because Moses was a Muslim. You dig what I'm saying? Same thing. So those Abrahamic faiths are separate from, you dig what I'm saying, that African Egyptian stuff. They on the opposite side of the coin. You know what I mean? So and that's in Christianity and Islam. You know what I mean? For the most part.
Yeah. Actually, it's like the pro-black perspective of what actually kind of was a switch for the African American thinking. You know what I'm saying? Because it came back and venerated Egyptian culture, which would have been totally anti in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? That shit was
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a fact. Like it's definitely not a thing where you would look at it. So you would see people like my parents. they will argue with my grandmother and them about stuff like Egypt. Like my grandmother and them ain't accept that. You know what I mean? That was what? You know what I mean? That's nah, we don't rock with that, nigga. Pharaoh was an idol worshiper. You feel
Yeah.
me?
You know how God
I
had
think
God
it was
hard.
I think it was the contrast between monotheism and polytheism too.
Yeah.
Like,
hmm They believed in many gods and you know what I mean? The damn but see that's what I'm saying. Black people.
grandma only believe in one God. There ain't no the God of this and nah, it's only one. There's only one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all of these arguments are new in the black community anyway. You feel me? These arguments come from the 90s up into now. So you're looking at black people. This is a new philosophy to black people. So we're arguing with people who are first and second generation in these type of discussions. You dig what I'm saying? Like this ain't black people ain't know nothing about that type.
Yeah, this
And like you said, the
yeah,
only reason it seemed like we
this is the
gravitated
grandma's
to it
beat.
is because of the prestigious shit, the glitz and glamour of Egypt. And you know what I mean? Well, most people who leave out the thought of Christianity, that's kind of the black man is God. That rhetoric of the black man is God and you built everything. So when a lot of these niggas look at history with that lens and they see like a pyramid or anything that's like we invented writing, they think it's us. So I think that's where that come into play. I don't even think niggas care about Egypt and like knowing the certain kings and history, like the born history of Egypt. Niggas don't care about that. It's about really claiming something and being prestigious over other group. That's really it.
Yeah, and it's more. It was more of a thing where if you looked at black families in the 80s, right, in the 90s, the contrast, you probably had a couple Muslims in your family, but the biggest uh the opposition in the black family that I've seen, you know what I mean, it wasn't even the Muslims, it was the Jehovah's Witness, right? So you'll have more Jehovah's Witnesses in the black community than you did Muslims. So the regular Baptist Christian, that would be that was the main. But then the biggest antagonist to that was the Jehovah's Witness. You dig what I'm saying? Muslim was a small minority. Like you didn't even have to deal with them, but you had to deal with the Jehovah's Witness because it's Jehovah's door. You feel me?
Yeah,
They was in your fucking face. You knew they was in your community. You feel
and I could
me?
never really understand, as a kid, I never really understood why there was that level. When you're young, you don't really fully know both doctrines. But you were similar, but you know what I'm saying? But we niggas have always been anti-Jehovah Witness. Like we ain't trying to hit it. We ain't trying to take the pamphlet, nothing. We lock the doors and hide with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just in shock that niggas was going door to door like they selling a fucking product, like a solar panel or something. Like these niggas really door to door salesmen. Like, damn.
I'm talking about a nigga with high, bro, and hey, shut up. Nigga, don't make a sound, nigga.
And even your friends that was Jehovah's Witness that you went to school with, they wouldn't even say they was Jehovah's Witness.
Right.
Like you would have to find that out, you know what I mean, on some wild ass shit. Like you would probably try to call their house on Christmas and it'd be something like, what the fuck? When you start talking about Christmas and stuff, they don't be talking for real. You like, you know what I mean?
Nigga your ass too. Hey, that nigga Jehovah's Witness, bro, for real? Hell yeah. Nigga tell on your ass, nigga.
Yeah.
So we gonna fall under one religion is gonna be Christianity, bro. Because the most successful people from Africa, like that's what I'm saying. Out of all the fake gods or whatever, Jesus, as far as post say just 20th century, I think the black church has done more good than any other of those groups.
Yeah, it did, and that's because it's the longest. But back to
but my
the
bad. The NOI, like I guess I think they were more like militant and disciplined. Like this may be wrong, but most people who I know are Christians are not docile, but they're not really looking to revolutionize.
Right.
Yeah, and revolutionize some shit and had that meant, you know what I mean? So
they were more integrationists.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah. They wanted to, amalgamate into society more than anything else. But so you go back to the Jehovah's Witnesses. So like I said, the Muslim was a smaller percentage of the African American population in the 80s and the 90s. But the kicker was they was even more accepted than the Jehovah's Witness. You dig what I'm saying? In the black community, right? When you had a family member that turned Jehovah's Witness or the Jehovah, they kind of separated themselves. You dig what I'm saying? Like they couldn't even really deal with other black people like that. You see what I'm saying? Jehovah's Witness actually separate themselves. You know what I mean? So by them creating that separation, where the black Muslim, didn't really separate themselves from the black community. You dig what I'm saying? Like they integrated. They wanted to be a part of that. Whereas like your Muslim cousins and them will still have to go to church with your grandmother. And if your grandmother had family and friends day, you still go to church. Jehovah's Witness ain't coming to your church. Man, it's Jehovah's Witnesses, nigga, a family member can die and they won't go to the funeral because they're not coming into the church.
Yeah, they system is
Damn.
more. Their system is more
Straight.
hard, like cult like it's
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? Like you can be excommunicated. Like they don't want that. Like it's
it's crazy.
So it's a Mormon shit, like some Mormon type shit.
It's way more intense than being like that's a big deal for your family to be kicked out. Like they risk being ostracized out of that community.
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't like a Christian where a nigga just be like, I'm going to another church. Oh fuck, I don't like that pastor. Nah, it's you the community. Nigga. Like you might have to talk to that nigga if you try to get a divorce. That's a discussion. You can't just make that choice on your own. You got to sit down and have a conversation with people. You know what I'm saying? So
them Jehovah's Witness serious, and we knew this, right? And the way that you know that we knew this, because if you got into if a regular Christian got into a conversation with a Jehovah's Witness, the Jehovah's Witness will come out on top. The regular Christian will have to get angry in that conversation on some, I believe in my Jesus the way I believe in my Jesus, and they you feel me? Like it's like they actually a little bit more study, and they have a regimen how they study and how they disseminate their information. So it's a little bit more structured and militant, especially when dealing with other people. They do that way better than your family members that that's Christian believe all kind of shit. Like you can sit down. Yeah,
what they say
sit,
they said NOI got you with his influence. They like a more mainstream NOI.
Yeah. You can go over your family house. So check it out. You can go over your family house on Easter, right? Say y'all have Easter dinner. And all your family around, all of them can be Christian. And they can all have different beliefs and discussions about. It ain't like that with Jehovah's Witness. Nigga, their belief is uniform.
Yeah, same page.
Yeah, their shit is uniform. And you ain't getting around them. You feel?
And they pay for all their material, the pamphlets. That's they money paying for that. So they generate their own, they producing all that shit themselves, putting their own pamphlets up.
Hey, when did the NOI start teaming up with Scientology? Because I remember seeing I remember seeing a video of some joint from Love and Hip Hop. I forgot her name. But she was saying how
going out. I don't know if it's me.
Going out. I think the 90s. It probably started in like the 90s.
Yeah. I think
I ended up. Y'all hear me now?
Like Hubbard might have actually goddamn ran into Farrakhan. But they linked up somewhere, either late 90s, early 2000, I think. Somewhere in there.
Yeah, we can hear you, Betty. Go ahead. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. You said something, Betty?
Yep.
Like I was saying, go ahead, yes. Yeah, he got knocked off again. Yeah, I was saying because my sister, I know my little sister, I know her husband when since they were kids, high school, they didn't date since high school. And I've known him all the years, and I found out not too long ago that he was a Jehovah's Witness. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, he kind of kept it a secret. You know what I'm saying? Because, some kids, they kind of like them kids that they kind of don't agree with their parents. They want to break away. So they still playing in the mainstream Christian field, even though at home they Jehovah's Witness. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I found out I found out after they were married. You know what I'm saying? But by then he was already like, he had a disagreement. He was kind of getting out. You know what I mean? And then, he started telling me his story and, and how they live and shit. It's like, yeah, but he kept it a secret. Mm.
Yeah, we got hella Jehovah's Witness here. It's Kingdom Halls, you know what I mean? 2 and 3 Kingdom Halls in every fucking neighborhood. Them motherfuckers, it's littered like churches around this motherfucker.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, we got them motherfuckers.
I don't see it like that. It's like what tripped me out. I mean, one day they used to be like drug dealers, and then all of a sudden it was like I walk by now, they just stand up, just like they don't even talk. You just stand in the store, stand up with just a thing, and they don't approach nobody no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed their whole like MO. I don't know if you know the time, because you know what I mean. They may have had some incidents, and they are like, I see something they do it every once in a while. They'll do it, but it's not like a regular occurrence like back in the day. They don't do that no more.
Oh yeah, because it's like once a week they used to come out and knock on doors, do their apostolate, and you'll see them. There's droves of them. You feel me? You be like, man, Jehovah's Witnesses out. You feel me?
That's how you know they come. Like, oh, they can start running. Tell their mama, Joe,
open the door. Like they was the police or something. That shit was crazy. You feel me? But my family was so open, they would let them in and talk to them, take their pamphlets. You feel me? So, you know what I mean? They always got respect at my house. So
they was like, don't open that door. Once you open that door, you gonna be there for about an hour, boy. You can't and don't let the boy in your house. And you come home and your mom, you don't let the door with the house. You get your ass whooped, bro.
Yeah, you let them crazy ass people in my house.
Got our work. He's supposed to have. Your ass whooped. Shit.
What'd you say, Patty? You wanted to join Nation
I was gonna say,
Islam?
what's the newspapers? What's them newspapers that niggas be selling? I seen a old head with a full suit on, hot as hell. I'm like, damn, they got you.
Call. The final call.
I'm like, they got you selling this shit in the snacks right now. Beside a fucking crackhead hotel. I'm like, damn, bro, why? I'm like,
them papers be having some good articles in them though.
Look, I took one. Bro.
How much they want for them shits now? $3 or $2?
They be giving them shits away for free now.
Bro, they be charged, bro. When they be down here on Forest Free Chef, they be charging motherfuckers like $2.
You gotta be a wild nigga to buy that shit.
Bro, people buy it, bro. Believe it or not, bro. Believe it or not, they charge like $2. Like when they had the
they can tell if you food
when they had the festival out there a couple, like maybe a year ago. There was a bunch of them NOI brothers out there. All of them were like over 45, 50.
That shit is
y'all
so
niggas might need to create an Instagram or something. That's an old ass business.
Yeah, it's outdated. That's outdated.
Chef, these brothers' suits was clean, pressed, iron, shaved clean. Bro, it was hot as a motherfucker outside. They wasn't even sweating, bro. I swear to God. Wasn't even sweating. Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Does that fall under the realm of primitive?
No. But it's outdated.
Not primitive like how we think, but like you don't see how dangerous that is, like people who still doing that in modern times and being stuck in not even a certain era, but I don't know. I think that's kind of scary. That's why I'm looking at old head. He about in his 60s. I'm like, damn, if you at this level to where you okay with being at the bottom of this, whatever structure this is, to where you out this bitch, nigga, on the field, like passing just shit
Bro,
out. You
bean
sweating. I can
pies
see
and
you
all,
tired.
bro. They got bean pies and stale and
I'm
all.
like, nigga, you look tired. You look like you don't even want to do this shit.
I mean,
Stop
people
ordering
at
fucking
different
bean
people
pies
be at
from them
different
brothers. They
stages.
shit good as hell.
Yeah, people be at different stages in life. Like
Yeah,
you don't know a person's struggle or where they came
yeah,
from. That you know
I agree.
what makes a person get up in the morning. Like you feel me?
That's why I don't get at Christians, because I know plenty of brothers who changed their life based off religion. So who the
Right.
fucking matter? Fucking matter say some shit.
Now,
I
if
know
they
brothers
getting up
that
there
stop drinking
arguing
and
with
all
you,
that.
now if they getting up there arguing with you, you can give it to them. If they try, you know what I mean. But if they minding their business, and you feel me, they peaceful with their shit. Let them be.
White boys that be wearing the white shirt
The
with the black
Mormons,
tie. They always got them. The Mormons, right? Okay.
yeah.
All right. They be around. They still around. They come through my neighborhood sometimes.
And you know, Jabari Parker was a Mormon, Mongo.
Oh, word? I never knew
Facts.
that.
What's them little missions they be doing? It take like weeks or a month. It's like I guess a rites of passage. I don't know. I remember Jabari
I
Parker
don't know.
talking about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know the
it's like
Mormon.
yeah, it's like I forgot what they call it. It's like but they have to do it like Brigham Young. I think they do like 2 years missionary work. 2 years missionary work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Before
I was like, this nigga
that's
Jabari Parker. How the fuck Jabari Parker? He from Chicago, I think. I'm like, how the fuck he become a Mormon?
Man, I kicked that blackology shit to them goddamn Mormons, bro. Them niggas walked away from me, bro.
They said this nigga crazy.
I kicked that commons community shit. Them niggas walked right away. All right, sir, have a good day. I was like, where y'all going? He was like, nah, no day, have a good day. I was like, wow. Yo, them niggas is not trying to hear that bullshit I was talking about, bro. For real.
It's crazy that they how they come into the black community now, because they was racist at first. Right? They had to change parts of their doctrine. You dig what I'm saying? So like once you hit them with that, you know what I mean, with their original pillars of their faith and the tenets, you know, the stuff that this spoke out about black people and stuff, and how they couldn't join, and you know they wasn't elected to go to heaven and stuff like that. Like how can y'all switch now? Like it's crazy.
Right.
Like don't bring that shit to us. Jehovah's
Switch up,
Witnesses
chef. When you want
also.
more followers, you switch it up. When you want more followers.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you follow them niggas, like the Mormon nigga, you look at their history, bro. Like I seen the show and that shit, so I started like doing a deep dive in that whole shit, and how they was thugging, bro. Like they was getting in the shootout, the government, bro.
All that shit.
It was getting.
Yeah, brother. That's
how
what
they got
I told y'all to watch American Primeval. They got the Mormons in there shooting shit up.
Yeah, there's truth. You know, they put some spin on the movie, but there's truth to that American Primeval. That's and that shit too. You know what I mean? That's how Brigham Young came up on top, because the other day got killed. You know, he's the
Hey, look,
first.
if you an athlete at BYU, I think they got regulations on basically when you fucking with the females, and you can't have a baby on the team. There's all type of rules at colleges like BYU that athletes like don't really fuck with like that.
Yeah, I think look, old boy's the first president, the nigga for Mormon. He's the first president to be killed while running for president. Now he got killed while he was running. He was running for president. You feel me? They brought him. They actually tricked him to come back, and then a mob attacked that nigga and killed that nigga at like sheriff, like somewhere at the sheriff station. Like it was going down like that. Then they fled to Utah. Like their whole shit is wild. Their whole shit is wild. They wasn't playing, bro. They wasn't playing. They wasn't playing. And he had
they still ride horse and buggy, ain't they?
And he had to do away with the multiple wives. Like they end up.
No, Mongo, you talking about the Amish.
Oh, the Amish, yeah.
You talking about the Amish and the Mennonites.
Yeah.
I mean, they German, they crazy. They still live like back. They don't use no electricity or nothing. We got an Amish market here, because Baltimore is right next to Pennsylvania. So a lot of them, is in Pennsylvania. So we have an Amish market. You know what I mean? Like most of our best dog kennels, are Amish.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
we want our dogs, like, nigga, we gonna go to an Amish kennel because they got the breeds, any breed that you looking for.
That's where
Yo,
Shannon Sharp got his dog from.
From the
I think
Amish?
one of them. Yeah, he got one of them from the Amish. I don't know if it was Tonka Man that died or that other dog, that other big dog, or them two little ones that he had. I don't know. It was one of them dogs he got from the Amish.
Yeah, that's where you go at, right? You go to the Amish instead of having to go, by being in Baltimore. Like, if you down south somewhere, you probably go to a dude, you know what I mean, who got a kennel, but they got good regulated kennels with, all of the paperwork. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard about them with them dogs. Yeah. I heard about how they do with them dogs.
Mm-hmm. They got them, and they always got a litter ready for you. You feel me?
Yeah.
They always got a litter ready for you.
Shannon said he had to fly out there to get the dog, then he had to fly back.
Yeah, and their prices is they got good prices. Like their price, buying a dog from the Amish and buying a dog from a black dude is night and day.
Right. Right.
Yeah, brought a Frenchie for my girl. Nigga wanted $6,500. You get the same Frenchie paperwork and everything from the Amish for about $3,300. I'm like, yo, what is wrong with y'all? Yo, man, it's crazy, man.
They try to get you, boy.
It's great. No, it's what it's worth in the hood versus, you know what I mean? And them Amish be happy to get them dogs off. Also, it's a business. You feel me? Like, we gotta sell them. You know what I mean?
It'd probably be harder to sell a full-grown dog than a pup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got them Jews here in Atlanta like that, where they gotta live like on the weekend. They basically live like they got that Amish, nigga, no power, nigga, all that shit got.
Oh yeah. We got that too, nigga. We got that right in the city. You feel me?
Yeah.
It's called Jewtown. Them motherfuckers ain't no cars moving, they walking everywhere.
Walking everywhere, they get no power on nothing, nigga.
But it's crazy because in the same Jewish community, you got 3 different types of Jews. Crazy. So you'll have the super religious ones. They don't talk nobody. They don't interact with motherfuckers. Then you got the poor, and then you got the secular. You feel me?
The curly, the one with the little curly shit.
Yeah.
Like a Max Kellerman ass nigga who, like a Max Kellerman who a white boy, but he like rap or whatever.
Yeah, I got friends like that. Yeah. You feel me? Like you wouldn't even know they was Jewish unless they told it to you. Feel me? But then when you look and see where they live at, you be like, okay, this is Jewtown. You know what I mean? But you wouldn't even, and they go to different, like they got classism in the Jewish community. Like people be thinking that that shit ain't true, yo. You feel me? Like they got certain synagogues that the rich ones go to. You feel me? Like, and then they got smaller ones where you can tell it's a little bit, poor. You dig what I'm saying? It's classism within
y'all y'all and Kyle on the show yesterday. Y'all was about to go into a good conversation of the classism in African American community.
Oh yeah. When they talk about the boule?
Yeah, yep.
And all that, yeah, they was, you know what I mean?
Like a lot of people don't fuck with the boule, because I ain't gonna lie, like you say, when I grew up, I did have a certain conspiracy, but it was due to music though, because a lot of artists put a lot of that symbolism in their videos. So a young nigga like me looking at it, like an ASAP Rocky video with niggas doing Freemasonry and different
Yeah, that
joints
shit
to
was
troll
wild.
people.
That was
Yeah, they was
crazy.
just trolling people basically. But to a nigga who
Yeah.
don't really know the like, what the fuck is this? This some devil shit. Even Freemasons like so
Yeah, hear me?
I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I see the structure because you do gotta have like any system involved where you gotta have a certain people at the top, but they just can't forget where they come from. That's the main thing.
But what if they didn't come from that?
That's the shit we talked about a couple weeks ago. How if you don't come from that and you grew up in a good situation environment, does that automatically make you like the whole man without a country analogy that Stringer you? Are you now a man without a country to where, like no matter how many resources you got as a black man, it's still like we see that with Jay-Z and others. You still under a certain hierarchy to where you're not at the top of that food chain, no matter what you do. You know what I mean?
Can you
So
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I wasn't sure if y'all could hear me all right. My mic wasn't working before when I came in.
Oh no, it's hot now. Now I think it's more of a thing. Whereas black, like now, you have to identify. What the hell? You have to identify like you have to identify with the lower black culture, right? You have to identify. If you don't identify with the ghetto culture, then you're less than. That's like backwards, right? I think we do that backwards. Like, you only get credibility as a black person if you can identify with struggle. You dig what I'm saying?
I mean, I think that's what shows like Fresh Prince tried to depict in some way.
Yeah, because
like
Colton and them wasn't down. You dig what I'm
Right.
saying? They wasn't accepted. Like Will was. You dig what I'm saying? But we do that. Like, look at our rappers. Our rappers and our entertainers come from our community, like from the lower class. You dig what I'm saying? And their whole thing is to keep their credibility is that they gotta constantly remind people that they're still down with, the lower. You dig what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you're not even that no more. Like, why do you still want to identify with that? You dig what I'm saying? So much.
But something is going to happen in their life, more than likely, probably once or twice in their lifetime. Maybe never, but more than likely, something is going to happen that reminds them, oh, damn, all of this shit I got and all of this, I'm still looked at the same way as the people I don't understand in my own community, say by a cop or something, or just in society, whether they're at work or something. So that's where the switch hit for them. Like, damn, no matter what, I'm still a nigga to certain people in their eyes. So.
Yeah, that's what that person who moved out of that situation realizes. Now we're talking about people who don't come from the ghetto or whatever, right? Who we're talking about like the Boule. Jay-Z and them can have just as much money or more than them, but they're still not the same. Right?
Yeah, but you got middle class and upper class black people, like for example, still entrenched in culture, whether it's them in high school going to parties in the projects, they still in it some form of fashion. So I see.
But no, you're talking now. But what you're
you
talking
saying
about,
a person who completely disconnected, like a parent saying, "No, don't go to them parties." Don't.
No. I'm not saying that. Now we're talking about the so-called Boule.
I got
right?
you. I got
These people are not a part of that. Now, your children might not ever live in the hood, Fatty. You're going to live in a middle-class neighborhood when you start having your kids. But you are still connected to that. Then you're going to have...
Is Bronny, what's the closest thing? Is Bronny Boule? Is he
No.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Athletes and entertainers come from the ghetto. Their parents and them come, so they're still a part of that. So there has to be a black elite that looks at LeBron and them, no matter how much money that they got, is being separate from them. Look at the music that LeBron and them listen to. Look at the tattoos and all of that. His money don't separate him from. You dig what I'm saying? That's that's a completely different culture. You dig what I'm saying? Jay-Z and them, they got a completely different culture than the upper class black people who don't even pretend. Man, I met a girl who had a cotillion, right? Bro, I didn't know what that was. Right? I was a teenager. We in the mall. You know how I used to go to the mall? Well, you a little bit younger than me. We used to go to the mall and pick up females when we was in high school, right? Go to the mall now is everybody is in the mall, right? Is in the suburbs, right? We used to go to the malls out in the suburbs. Meet a girl, start talking to her, right? One day she said, I got to get ready for my cotillion. Nigga, we didn't know what a cotillion was. When she explained it to me, I'm like, yo, we never even heard of no shit like that. Meaning her family had money. It was some type of rites of passage. You dig what I'm saying? For young girls, like a bar mitzvah, damn near. Like, we ain't know nothing about that. So and we could live in the same community because our parents was able to move us in those communities, but there's still separation there with people who've been, you dig what I'm saying? Like, you think Martin Luther King and them kids, you think Martin Luther King and them kids dealt with the basic black people of Atlanta? No. That's not even you feel me? Dr. King didn't even come from those type of people.
Right.
That's a complete.
I'm learning.
But yeah, but you can buy your way. Like, this is in Britain. Like, you could buy your way into the boule out here. Like, the boule is the larger, the larger scope of what the people refer to as boule, which is the black elite, not necessarily the fraternity, but the broader scope of it. Yeah, you pay your way up in there. Like, Jay-Z is totally boule right now. Jay-Z is slob knobbing with the same people that the boule strives to be around, strives to be like. He's with billionaires, right? Like he's with them same small hats that the boule fight for, that they listen to. Like he's right there with them. You can buy your way into the boule. Like, Oprah wasn't born into money.
Mm-hmm.
Oprah's totally boule. She wasn't born into money though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. There would be a disconnect between the ones that were born into it and ones that come from our situation and just have the money to get. Your money allow you to be there, not your pedigree. You feel me? So
that's ultimately what it's about in this country.
Yeah, so there'll be resentment there. You dig what I'm saying? That's just like in any let's say somebody who, how can I say it? You would always look at, so you think that an athlete is looked at the same? No, I don't believe that.
Successful athlete like LeBron ain't looked at the same as the last pick in the second round, right? Like he's looked at as above. Like, it depends on what your status is. Yeah, it depends on what your status is within said sport. If you're a Hall of Fame type player, you could be a part of the boule. Yes, Michael Jordan.
Is that rooted not only in money but influence too? The fact that he could, I guess he has the ears and eyes of so many people, which automatically gives him some cachet in those.
About access, social status, and access. That's what it's mainly about, and money buys you into that.
So we should do a show on that, because we can do shows where we can show that this group of black people had a aversion against black entertainers and them with money, that, you dig what I'm saying? They didn't see them as the same, right? Even though they could buy their way with influence and money into those circles, there was a group that kind of looked down on them. Like, they wasn't just, I don't know if I'm saying it right. Hold on.
You're talking about pretty much the whole bougie mentality. You know, look at that, like, you know, elitism, pretty much. That's what you're
Yeah,
talking
the
about.
elite.
But look
Right?
though, hey Chef, doesn't that start like what W.E.B. Du Bois was saying? How
Yes.
like the most educated, the most prestigious men who have to. He basically saying you have to be credentialed, and these are the certain, like you say, rites of passages
Yeah.
you even got to go through to be that. So that's the precursors of a lot of this shit. Or the shit y'all was talking about yesterday with
Yeah, and they tried
fraternities
to
and all of that.
separate themselves. So look, so W.E.B. Du Bois and them, right? I don't want to do that to them. Let's get away from them. But that was kind of the same thing, but they actually tried to do good for all black people. So let's go to places like New Orleans, right? Now think about what W.E.B. Du Bois and them was saying. He was talking about a mulatto, right? He was talking about light-skinned black folk. You dig what I'm saying?
That's
And
I need
educating.
to feel back on that. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
Yeah, exactly. So now, if we don't want to accept that in the Northeast, right? Now let's go to somewhere like Louisiana, where we can show that that's exactly with these what do you call these people? These Creole people, right?
They're like
They tried
Beyonce
to
and
create,
all of them.
yeah, they tried to create a separate society
Talk
from
about the Blue Vein Society.
exactly. You know what I mean? W.E.B. Du Bois and them was talking about Northeastern America trying to be, you know what I mean? But
That
those
was the clash with him and Booker T. But yeah,
exactly. So when the Blue Veins and those Creoles wanted to separate from other black people, and the United States kept saying that one drop thing makes you black, and those people didn't feel like they was the same as those other black people. They felt as though
they always felt that.
that they was the children of slave masters, and they never were slaves. You dig what I'm saying? And they wanted to keep that bloodline. You dig what I'm saying? And their wealth within that.
That's what Plexus V. Ferguson was all about.
I mean, yeah, that was happening in Virginia where I'm at though. You even had freed African Americans that got freed by Quakers and shit like that, and they looked down on.
Exactly. Exactly. So those people came from money. They was always elite, right? And just because LeBron and them have the money, they do not look at them as the same. You feel me? Those black entertainers that come from the ghetto or our type of community or economic structures, they don't look at them the same. You can tell.
Did the people who moved in the Great Migration look at them the same? My bad.
Yeah, no, they look at them as different.
I would say that depends on their mentality. Like Jay-Z wants to be that. So
all of them niggas wanted to be that.
I don't think LeBron wants to be Boule. Like LeBron, if LeBron wants to be Boule, they totally will let him in. LeBron has a different mentality though, so he's not striving to be that per se. Like he's not striving to be around all these richy white people on their yachts and all this other stuff. That's not his goal. That's Jay-Z trying to do that type stuff. That's Diddy trying to do that type stuff, right? Like they was buying their way into Boule status,
right?
Because that's what they had the money to do it, and that's what they wanted.
So when the Great Migration happened, right, and black people in northern cities, I'll just take Baltimore for example, right? Baltimore had one of the largest free black communities, and then they had an elite black community that was, you know what I mean, here. So the people who was moving up from the South, like my people, you dig what I'm saying, was moving up from the South, they lived in like alley streets and you dig what I'm saying, different things. The elites didn't look at them the same. You dig what I'm saying? And I'm talking about black people. They kind of looked down, you know what I mean? Like they felt as though these people were making them look bad. You feel me? Like, you know, their music, the way that they go to church, their dress, the way that they talk, all of those things were different. And then when you go further north, I guarantee you that existed in all of the northern cities, right? Probably like in Chicago, and
you always
you know what I mean?
Separation between the northern black mentality and the southern black mentality. Like we gotta get back to W.B. Du Bois and the Booker T skimmish.
right? That was all about a northern mulatto against a former slave who leader in the South that's trying to move his people in a certain direction, post slavery, right, during Reconstruction and everything, right,
Right.
all the way up to the early 1900s. And Booker T was around first, and everybody was rocking with Booker at first until the Atlanta Compromise. When that Atlanta Compromise speech happened, the Northern Negroes started to turn on him. Right, the paper you had A. Philip Randolph and his new paper and all that stuff starting to attack Booker T. You had W.E.B. Du Bois writing his books with the Niagara Movement, attacking Booker T and everything else, and these people were in bed with small hats too. Like, let's not get it twisted. W.E.B. This ain't conspiracy stuff or nothing. W.E.B. Du Bois shut his whole operation down. He had a whole black operation with the Niagara Movement that he had going on, and until some small hats decided that it'll be a good idea to have a nationwide movement to advance colored people and do that, and the third, everything else. Pretty much they needed votes. That's what this is all about. They needed votes. They needed people that's going to vote their way and people that they can use to push their agendas forward. So they decided to link up with W.B. Du Bois, and this is a whole crew of white people. Look it up. It was two mulattoes, and they tried to say Ida B. Wells was one of the original founders of the NAACP. That's a lie. I challenge anybody to show me one thing Ida B. Wells did for the NAACP. You won't find nothing. They added her name later as history went on after she passed away, to try to blacken up the organization, because what happened was they wanted Ida B. Wells to actually join the NAACP. She went over there, saw what was going on, saw all these white people trying to form an organization to control black people, and she wanted no parts of it, so she politely bowed out. But later on in history, like I said, they tried to add her on as one of the founders. She was never a part of it. But it was W.B.
He definitely is one of the founders on their website. But go ahead.
On the website, but again, I challenge you. Show me her talking anything about the NAACP or any activity she did with the NAACP. You won't find it. She didn't want. She wanted nothing to do with it. She backed away. She saw the same thing a lot of people saw with the NAACP in the beginning. Marcus Garvey, when he went to go meet up with W.B. Du Bois, before they started beefing, and he went to go meet up with him at the NAACP office. When he said he was confused and thought he was in the wrong spot because all he saw was white people when he went up in there, and so they was always critiqued. Like the NAACP is controlled by white people. Look no further than Walter White. Walter White was the leader of the NAACP, I believe, from like 1925 to like 1950 something. Like I want to say 52.
He was 1/8 black. He was 1/8 black.
One, if that,
Wasn't he?
if that, yeah, yeah.
He was 1/8 black. But Psycho, you're saying something. You and Sheffrin is discussing whether or not established people in a land look down on unestablished people. It is not unique to the black population. When the Irish came to America, they were looked down upon by white people who was here before. You're going to always have separation because it's based on wealth. So wealthy black people up north, and there was wealthy black people up north, Jack and Jill, the Boulay, didn't want the black people from the south who were poor, because the poor ones from the south were fleeing. They didn't want them to come up. They want to look like Queen Charlotte. Have you seen Queen Charlotte on Netflix? That's how they wanted to look. Established mannerism, pleasant, southern gentility in black people. They were saying that they were the role model. Now, how come these people coming up to make us look bad? It's happening all culture.
Look, dumping my Swisher cuts on my high school diploma. Knowing I'm highly educated from my aroma. Don't know where it's coming from.
Civil rights for everybody. Can we start there? Like, can we agree that they all needed freedom and civil rights?
No,
what up?
Kyle, black people up north.
No matter how that comes, if let's say that comes with a party or a organization that has 99% African Americans and one white person, or if it's 75-25 or 50-50, doesn't even matter, right? But if the goal is to achieve something for the better good of the community, why does the racial makeup of the committee that got you free or got you civil rights or got you all these things that you benefit directly from right now, why are we making it seem as if it was a bad thing? I don't understand that.
Because we was used to push their movements forward. Like the small hats wasn't in the same situation we was in.
Wait,
Not by small.
but no, it's not their movement.
Like,
Our movement was to get civil rights.
No, it was
Our
their
movement
movement.
was basic human rights, right? That's what we wanted. So like now, if you're talking about something that's personal to one particular person, I'm talking about the collective of African Americans that were enslaved, that was fighting for civil rights and injustice.
I literally just explained how it's not. I mean, I could show you it wasn't a collection of African Americans. Matter of fact, the African American organization, the Niagara movement, like I said, which one that W.B. Du Bois ran, he shut his movement down and fused it in with the white movement. That was an upstart. It was all ran because all the heads was white people besides him.
Are you hold on, let me I don't understand. I've been listening and I'm trying to get this right. So are you saying that it wasn't all black people that wanted civil rights? Are you saying that?
No,
he's not saying that. He's not saying that.
Okay, are you saying that all black people did not want protection from racism and Jim Crow laws? Did they not want that? Or like what portion of this argument are you saying that all black people didn't want?
Just now, I was just talking about specifically the NAACP.
Cycle, let me answer. I can't answer. It's like the Welfare Act. Many people believe that the Welfare Act was enacted to protect poor people, when in truth and in fact it was enacted to protect white farmers. No, the Civil Rights Act, many people think that it was enacted to protect black and minority people, but in truth, Jews benefited more from it. That is what he's saying. Be careful who you rally with, because they would put you up front to act as if you are the person.
First of all, it did not propagate Jews and put Jews in the forefront of that movement. They didn't propagate at a higher percentage rate or per capita rate as African Americans that was enslaved. That's completely false, and you need to do your research on that. Secondly, if a person takes it is like, for instance, right now with civil rights, the civil rights that are extended to African Americans, there are other groups that can take advantage of that because they also were oppressed in the society. So if you want your civil rights to only be for you and then the other people to remain repressed, then you don't even know what civil rights even is. Like, this is a crazy ass conversation.
That's not what we're saying. You're implying that we're saying that people benefited more.
No, you just have a terrible argument.
No, you're not a terrible argument. You're not addressing what I'm saying. You're just giving me
my bad. Let me see it one more time.
Like I said, I'm talking about specifically the NAACP. We can talk about the larger scale of everything in a second. But what I was talking about in that moment was the NAACP and who the founders was. I wish I could share my screen. I don't know if I can, or I don't know how this works. But if you look at the founders, I could drop the link. I'll just drop the link.
Drop the link.
Where do I drop the link on here? I forgot how to get around on Discord. I just drop it right here on the side.
Yeah, let me see.
Y'all see that?
No, I don't see nothing yet.
Okay, well, I don't even know if I dropped it in the right spot. But yeah, if you look at the founders of the NAACP, you can Google it. You will see, like I said, you see all white people besides W.E.B. Du Bois and Ida B. Wells. And I already said that this is a whole hoax, that Ida B. Wells is even a part of this organization and the founding parts of it. Now, I can show you literature that backs me up, that says she wanted no parts of the NAACP and she bowed out. They asked her to be a part of it. They did ask her, and she didn't want no parts of it. So she had nothing to do with this organization. And it was, like I said, it was W.E.B. Du Bois and a bunch of white people. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 white people. I think it was 7 actually, because I don't see the woman in this picture. So I think it was 7 white people in W.E.B. Du Bois. And that's what it was. This was their movement. It was their creation. Look at the look how it was founded. Like I said, they already had black organizations out there, and they shut that organization down and went and got down with the white person's organization, was pushing their movement, and they had white people leading the NAACP. I literally mentioned Walter White. That's a whole white boy. old white boy pushing all the colorist stuff that the NAACP and W.E.B. Du Bois have been pushing for decades. They're the ones who propagated the whole paper bag test. He's the one. If you look up W.E.B. Du Bois and racial uplift, look up racial uplift with W.E.B. Du Bois to see what he was talking about. He literally was talking about how the mulatto is the one that's supposed to uplift the black people and get black people out of this situation. It literally was white parent worship. That whole thing. It was all about these darkies can't get things done. These darkies ain't equipped to do what needs to be done. It's going to take us, the talented 10th, to get this stuff done. That's why all the bootleg all got either white partners or mulatto wives or mulatto husbands and everything else. You got all this colorist stuff going on, and that all goes back to that. That ain't even something that the NAACP started. That actually started at the HBCUs with those Greek letters. That's another thing that y'all left all that out yesterday when y'all was talking about all this. Y'all was propping everything up. Let's talk about the dirty stuff. Like I said, propagating this whole mindset that we got this whole caste system now. Light is right, brown you're down, black get the hell back. Everybody heard these little silly comments and everything else when we was growing up. We all been instilled with this, and all this stuff started with these being propagated. I can't say started, because actually it started with slavery, but being propagated. I mean, because they actually wrote literature about this stuff. They actually pushed this message out there to the people, to the masses. So yeah, this stuff is a problem.
Yeah, but have you seen the founders of? Okay, let's grab the one that I'm more familiar with. Have you seen the founders of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated? They're darker than me, and I'm pretty damn dark skinned. I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, you had some dark skinned fraternities that went against the I believe it was the Deltas that was going against the AKs and AKAs and stuff like that, because they wasn't allowed to be AKAs, so they had to make dark skinned fraternities. That was more predicated to dark skinned people. Yes, absolutely. Yes, you did have dark skinned fraternities. Okay, that's because of the brown paper bag test. They had no choice. They wanted to be Greek letters, but they couldn't get down because of the color of their skin. You talk about that history.
Yeah, I didn't know W.E.B. Du Bois was that biased or applied colorism to that extreme. I didn't know that.
He got a source up on that. I don't know that. I'm not familiar with that.
I'll totally source.
Yeah, because he might talk about it, but I'm not familiar with him being a
he's a notorious colorist. Notorious. Like this isn't
but I'm saying, was that rule apply like on a microscopic level so much to where any black or dark skinned person who went through the paths he was talking about to be a part of this talented to go back and help other black people is like, did he hate color? Did he have colorism that much in his overall ideology? I would have to
No, it wasn't no hate. It was no hate. Like but it was there, like the talented 10th, like the light-skinned black folk, the talented, educated light-skinned black folk that was gonna push the race forward. Like,
I thought it was more so based off resources and like people who were just in better position to go back. That's what I thought.
Unique, that kind of put them in a unique position. But like specifically to that was the crux of his argument. I'm not familiar with it.
It was one of them. So he believed that the light-skinned black folk was more acceptable in white society, meaning that they wouldn't stand out as much like a sore thumb as the darker of us. You dig what I'm saying?
He's pushing the eugenics narrative that, the darker you are, the dumber you are, the lower your IQ. And all that. He was pushing that narrative.
Did he say that?
No, I'm not saying that.
I'm saying that's the narrative he was pushing. I'm not saying he said that verbatim. I'm saying that's the narrative he was pushing, though.
I'm saying like you putting some spin on it. Like I can agree with some stuff, but you like.
I'm not putting spin on it. I'm just telling you what he's perpetuating. I didn't say he said it verbatim. I'm not going to misquote him. No.
Yeah. All right, you make it seem like you like the black and the smile. Like, I got it.
He has said things. Like I said, I just put the whole article. Well, I just put some media page about it on over there.
Was some slander. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and there was also, a hatred towards the mulattoes too. So yeah, so that was going on back there. I ain't denying that was going on. The same vitriol that you may find from a loud to a dark skinned black was, you know what I mean, was reciprocal. You know, so I ain't denying that. But go ahead.
Not at the same level. Not at the same level. The mulattoes at that time, especially in New York, had more power than a dark-skinned black person coming from the south. They
Yeah,
had
that's what I'm saying. Is he just speaking based off
Look at the
circumstance that
history of
he
the Cotton
perceived?
Club.
Like,
Look at the history
what
of the Cotton
context?
Club.
so you look at
Yeah.
like the history of the cotton clubs and all of that. That's who he was. That's what he looked. That's what he believed. He was biracial, right? Wasn't W. Du Bois biracial? Wasn't his father a white man?
No,
Who
but
first
he
was
was
white?
a light-skinned black man.
He was a light-skinned black man with straight hair, with relatively straight hair. You might say,
It
right?
wasn't
But
that straight. I wouldn't go that far. Like,
it wasn't
because
that
at
straight.
this point, y'all gonna start pushing me out into some shit. So
No, we're
don't.
not pushing you out. You listen. If you and W. E. Du Bois stand up side by side, there's certain clear distinction. He looked far more European than you did. His nose, his phenotype. You might have a light color, but you're not even as light as he was. So we want to compare you to W.
I
No,
don't
you're not.
think
No,
W.E.B. Du Bois was that light. Like, what
Look
you're
up his
saying,
picture.
he wasn't a Steph Curry ass motherfucker.
Yeah, he was
Almost,
Steph Curry.
almost.
Yes, he absolutely
No,
was.
he was not like Steph
He
Curry.
was.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was.
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't, bro.
He was.
W.E.B.
He
Du
lived.
Bois wasn't no
He lived.
Steph
He's my
Curry
color,
ass
bro.
nigga.
Look, I
He
wish we
lived
was
in
on this
Ghana
place where we
and
could pull this
my
up.
son.
Yo, put his picture up. Put his picture up.
Do
Yeah,
y'all have a
y'all
way
are
to pull this up, man?
He
Because
lived in
this is
Ghana and the
ridiculous.
African son. And he's lighter than you.
He is my color, bro. If I'm light skinned,
exactly. Y'all W.E.B. Du Bois.
W.E.B. Du Bois. Look at him. You're looking
You're
at
looking
pictures
at a
of
black
him
and
when
white picture, stupid. You look at the color picture, bro.
no, there's color pictures of him when he was old in Ghana. There's color pictures of him when he was in Ghana. Go and look up his later pictures.
Man, I wish I was able to pull this up. Y'all are crazy.
Look up his later pictures when he was in Ghana.
Yeah,
He was
y'all don't you don't have to put that much spin on it. We know what he was. Listen, Stupid. What he was pushing was problematic. You don't have to make him a white man in order. What he? Yeah, like come on,
this
bro.
man,
Like
this man died in like 1960, bro. Like we got pictures of
Definitely not
him,
calling
bro.
him white. I mean, I'm definitely not calling him white, but he was definitely Steph Curry.
Yeah, he's talking to Steph Curry, right? Like, it's like
he's darker than Steph Curry, yo. Like
he's probably my color.
Kyle complexion, yo.
Yeah, man.
Man, it's Kyle complexion.
The same with all them founders that we were just talking about. They my color, bro.
I got a picture right here. I wish I could pull it. This is totally Steph Curry, and this is a color picture. Totally
Yo,
Steph.
that is not no Steph Curry, yo.
You need to go and look for the colored pictures, the pictures in color, not the black and white pictures. The pictures of him later in life.
But
yeah.
That's totally Steph.
He a LaMelo Ball.
Man, the man got nappy side, like he going bald at the top. He got a little nappy side hair, nappy ass beard, the whole nine, bro. What the hell? What?
He's like LaMelo Ball. He's like the ball.
No, he's
not, bro. He probably dark.
Nah, he not. You bugging, Stu Pease. He's not.
You don't gotta make him into that.
He is Steph, though. He is Steph.
Like,
I wouldn't say
I would accept the colorism,
Steph.
but I won't accept the fact that these people are not the color that they really are in real life. Like, I'll take whatever narrative y'all want to
Steph. He is Steph. He ain't mellow, but he's Steph. He's Steph.
He's not. See, not this light as Steph Curry.
No, he's not, man. He's way darker than that, bro.
No, people fighting over the darkness of a colorist, a black man who was a colorist.
I don't know what picture y'all looking at, Stupid.
In his mind, he's probably as light as Steph.
Is Unc the same color as Steph Curry, Stupid?
Oh,
yeah, him and the boys got the same complexion.
Yeah,
your boys don't have the same complexion. What's a piece of disrespect? And the boys don't have the same complexion.
Yes, they do. Yes,
Yes,
they
they
do, bro.
do.
And the boys, you're looking at a black and white picture. Go and look at
No,
pictures
we're
later
looking
in
at a
life.
color picture.
We're looking at the color pictures, bro, from the 1950s, 1960s, man. So
Bobby Banda and W.E. Du Bois have the same complexion.
Yeah.
Just posted 2
If this
pictures of
picture
them.
real,
They the same complexion.
Look here.
They the same complexion.
Look here.
I wish I
Look here.
posted
Bobby
2 pictures
Banda.
on Snap.
Hey,
Bobby,
stupid. Even your main advocate, Psycho, he don't even agree with you, bro. You just chill out.
No.
I'm just
But
posting
you
pictures.
on some Jamaican shit right now.
Listen. You on some crazy shit if you say Bobby Banger and W.E. Du Bois have the same complexion.
They are.
They are, bro.
They are not. You're looking at a black and white picture and deciding
No.
that. Are you looking at the picture when he was in Ghana under the African skies?
No,
And
I'm looking
think,
at a photo of him right now by the Poetry Foundation where they took of him inside of Come on, man.
So, Chef, you said everything he did was problematic?
No, I'm saying that
That was
now, like
problematic. There's a couple of
him
things he did problematic.
saying
Y'all don't
him
agree with like the premise of it being a numbers game in modern times, right? And it is important for people who are in those positions of power, money, and influence to create a system to help. That's why I say it's like a reverse brain drain. We need for that to happen anyway.
no, but when
Like,
you put phenotype on it, that's when
but
it
look though,
becomes
is he putting the phenotype on it based off just circumstantial shit as a result of people say moving to the north and mixing? Like, is that the premise or is that the context he's speaking on? Not
no,
necessarily him not liking dark skinned people.
no.
That's why I'm like, I'm
didn't
trying
say
to
what he
I'm
no,
trying to measure the amount of colorism because you know I'm new to studying this. I'm trying to measure the amount of colorism he's actually applying.
no. Listen, I never said what he liked or it was a dislike. It was a part of his program that he wanted to put forth. He believed, this is for me, he believed that the light-skinned black person did not stand out as much in white society as the dark-skinned one. Now, I don't believe that he ever put any hierarchy on it, far as wise anything that we would say was racial. He believed that the white mind would accept that phenotype that was closer to them. You dig what I'm saying? And those people who were closer to them and phenotype will push everybody else forward. Now, was he saying that these lighter people were better? No,
yes.
no, I'm saying
That's what I think. That's where the confusion is, right there.
yeah, I've never heard him say that they were better. He believed that they would be more conducive and amalgamate into white society to push everybody.
So the main problem is just his method of playbook to get the result done. But ultimately, that's what I'm saying. What if you're a black person during that time just with a different playbook of philosophy? Did that small thing prevent people from like opposite spectrums to come together? Because again, a lot of these people who was beefing, I think like Booker T or W.B. Du Bois, they still kind of agreed to push black people forward, right? That was the ultimate goal, right?
Yeah, they had different directions. They had different directions they wanted to go. Booker T was pushing us being self-efficient, and W.B. Du Bois wanted us to get down with the program, pretty much for the most part.
Integration. He was a full integration.
Yeah, he's an integration.
Do you think some people can look at that as being a realist?
So being self-reliant is not being a realist. Like is
no,
it,
I'm saying like the whole light skin thing. Like I don't agree with it, but I'm saying like, what if his whole premise? Because again, I'm still looking on it.
The whole premise
so Booker T. So hold on, Booker T.
They did think they was better. That's why they had these things called the Blue Vein Society. When they absolutely
organization.
But I was saying you still had African American, but Psycho, you still had African Americans, like I was saying in Virginia, who they were both dark skinned, but one group got freed by Quakers and the others didn't get free till later. and that same type of classism still existed, devoid of skin tone.
Yeah, but we
Right,
talking
Virginia
about
was
Booker T.
heavy on the color
But no,
prism. That's
I'm
yeah,
saying
they
I feel
actually
you. I feel you
codified
on that.
one drop, bro. They
I
actually the
feel
one
you
that
on that.
codified this, bro, at one point.
Yeah, I feel
So
you,
yeah,
but like I think his overall, like, again, premise of what he's saying about the talented tip, I think that's a methodology, a framework that, like you say, it is problematic, but it could be a double-edged sword type of thing. It could be some good things that possibly came from it or come from it.
Yeah,
Right?
but when
But
you
the,
think about,
but
I
but
think most of them was being real.
mulattoes was doing this. Mulattoes was doing. Let's have the hard conversation. Mulattoes was doing this so they can be more accepted by the other half of their family. They wanted to be more accepted by the other half of their family, then, because they did think they was better than us. Again, that's why they had these things, all the Blue Vein Society. That's why they had these ideals with racial uplift and everything else, where they pushed the mulattoes out front. That's why, and that's when I got to get back to NAACP because we talking about W.B. Du Bois. That's why you had people like Walter White who sat up there and took what's her name, Hattie McDaniels, the first black woman to ever win an Oscar. For
and
Gone in the Wind, where she played the Mammy character. Walter White, who's the leader of the NAACP, said they had an event going on, and during this event, he stood up, got on the podium, and after Hattie McDaniel got an award for being, best black actress of the year, whatever the case may be, he got up there on the podium and started disparaging her and her win, talking about, this is it's embarrassing that we got black people playing these roles on TV and this, that, and the third, looking this type of way, looking that type of way. We're done with this, we're done with that. But now on, we're gonna have nothing but pure elegance and excellence on film. And he said, "Where's Lena Horne at? Somebody get Lena Horne on stage." And got Lena Horne on stage, twirled her around, and said, "This is the standard of black beauty. This is what we want on the TV screen. This is what we're going to promote." And that's what they did too. So I mean, like, and this is the ideals of W.B. Du Bois still looming. Like,
Psycho. White and blue eyes, not blue eyes.
Listen. I get what y'all saying, right? Like the brown paper bag test, the blue. I don't even think the boy could get in the damn blue is. Like, all these things exist, right? But we're having a conversation about the boy, and then y'all are taking things that exist and then throwing that shit on him, and his ideology.
He's one of the main people that pushed it.
But he pushed that.
I agree. He didn't create it, but he's one of the main people that pushed this.
Du Bois pushed the Blue Vein Society.
Yeah, the talented 10. The talented 10.
Yes, that's all about the Blue Vein, the mulattoes getting together and sticking together. Yes,
I
trying
think
to form their own little society. Yeah.
So can somebody read the actual description of the book?
Y'all mixing that up. I think I'm mixing that up.
Like if you look at the book, just read like the back of it. Like, what is his overall, like, what is the message he's trying to get across? Because I don't think
he was still calling for solidarity. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's still calling for unity towards mixed race people. And, you know what I mean? And he was just saying, like, and he was basically speaking to, like, our connection lies in slavery. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got a disconnect or separation from terms, but he was saying, like, our connection lies in slavery and suffering. You know what I'm saying? And we bond and we connect on those levels. Like, yeah, I'm kind of making it something.
Through laws. They only felt connected through laws. Like, again, this is what Plexi V. Ferguson was all about. Them trying to separate the mulatto from black people because they wanted to be their own. They wanted to be their own group of people. They didn't want to be classified with black people. They only
Psycho.
Is what codified. And that's what
I'm
codified.
looking on Wiki. I'm looking on Wiki right now.
That's what codified.
Americans to advance their positions in society. The talented 10th refers to one of the 10 Black men that have cultivated the ability to become Black leaders in the Black community by acquiring a college education, writing books, and becoming directly involved in social change. In The Talented 10th, Du Bois argues that these college-educated African-American men should sacrifice their personal interests and use their education to lead and better the Black community.
And the majority
Now,
of black
when you
people
look
were
at
going
who
to
the
college at
access,
that time.
right? Look at who the access
No,
was to these black, quote unquote, black students that
Yeah,
he's talking about. These black men he's talking
yeah,
about. He's
look
talking
at
about
look
mulattoes.
at them color.
as
He's
a
talking about
consequence,
mulattoes. Look at the color of the man that there was at that time that he was
yeah, but
building up.
as a
No, you have to
consequence,
look at the whole picture.
as a consequence, mixed race individual had certain advantages. I get that, right? I'm
And they
not
were the
even
time.
knocking that, but I feel like y'all throwing too much on his lap that shouldn't be on his lap, based on that those things
I say he
exist,
didn't
right?
create it.
And,
I say he
and
didn't create it, but he propagated it.
the codification of Jim Crow laws is all predicated on the 14th Amendment.
No, he had nothing to
Like,
do with that. I
period.
thought that was Plexi v. Ferguson. That was Plexi v. Ferguson. That had nothing to do with him.
Yeah,
That was,
you know what I'm saying? But y'all
yeah.
throwing so much stuff like that. We hitting the boy with shit that he don't even deserve. Like, so
No, I didn't
that's
hit
what I'm
him
saying.
with.
We
I
got
didn't hit him with Plexi v. Ferguson. Yeah, I didn't hit him with Jim Crow. That he ain't had nothing to do with Jim Crow laws.
yeah. All right,
But look though,
I can.
in this quote, he doesn't say nothing about mix. He says the Negro race, like all races, is going to be saved by its exceptional men. The problem of education then among Negroes must first all deal with the talented 10th. It is the problem developing the best of this race that they may guide the mass away from the contamination and death of the word. So that's what I'm saying. It's over again. It's not like. Go ahead.
Yeah, but
You're reading the excerpt though. Hold on.
I'm not undermining the colorism he applied, but I'm saying he like y'all
So you
can't.
saying he don't say it?
No, I'm not
undermining.
I'm not undermining the colorism that y'all talking about, but I'm saying I don't think is as prevalent as y'all saying, to where say a dark skinned man who got a degree and W.E.B. Du Bois is at the top of the fucking ladder saying, nah, you dark skinned, I can't fuck with you. I don't think it's that. But that's how y'all making it seem. That's I'm just trying to get clarity. That's all.
Yeah. Did call Marcus Garvey a monkey or something like that, or whatever the case may be. But
See, I ain't know that. I ain't know that. I ain't know that. I ain't know that. That's why I
That's
know
fair game. He was beefing, bro. Marcus Garvey was talking shit about him too. You know what I'm saying? He gonna get it how
He
he
was right
live.
about
It was
him.
beef.
He was right about him. He was working with a bunch of white people. He's calling them out for the NAACP being all white. He was right about him.
Yeah, but
Got
I
mad.
think the onus was more on Marcus Garvey bringing the colorism because of his stand. Because there was like Marcus Garvey brought the colorism from Jamaica to the to African Americans. That's what his stand. Like he brought that over with him from the island.
No, the colorism.
That already existed for Marcus Garvey. We've been hit this country.
Hey, you know that, Stupid. You know I'm telling the truth, Stupid. You know.
No, we're not putting
Colorism
that
is high in the
Garvey.
Caribbean.
It already existed.
Colorism is high in the Caribbean, in Jamaica, but it already existed here.
Yeah, I know it existed, but I'm saying the sentiment that Garvey had, he already.
Colorism is global, right? It's a global thing. That's not an American problem. That's a global problem.
No, I know that. I'm saying, but the sentiment that Garvey had.
Let me say this: the first black postmaster of the United States of America was a mixed dude. You can look it up. That people of high complexion, we use high complexion, I mean light complexion, high bright black people were treated more favorable than dark bright black people. Just like W.E.B. Du Bois, the first black person to graduate from Harvard. And when you look at the college educated people at that time who were black, most of them were very light skinned. In Jamaica, the first college student who went to England to university, you have pictures of him, was super black. It's different. In US, it was mostly lighter complexion black people that were accepted into college. And those were the talented 10 he was speaking about. Don't disregard it. You're trying to paint it over and say, no, he's talking about every black person. He's talking about that person. He's not talking about any Gullah Geechee. He's not talking about, he's not making reference to any Gullah. He's referring to those high color brown people who went to colleges, who had the advantage. Those were the talented 10. He wanted to stand on the back of dark-skinned people, the 90%. That's what he wanted to do.
I don't agree with that statement. I
lot
think
of
you
them
got
times
points.
You making it
somebody
seem like he had no dark skinned
caste
friends at
system.
all or something.
No, well,
Don't matter.
the cat he's the origins of the caste system in this is within our community in this country. Like he kind of created that, right? With this whole talented 10 elitism, right? Like it kind of starts with him as far as the caste system thing goes.
That existed before, man. Hey, listen. You ever seen the study though, right? That a lot of the people that fled that Great Migration, a large population of that was mulattoes. That's why there's a genetic connection between ancestry between white ancestries and black northerners, because those mulattoes, by consequence, were easy for them to travel. You know what I'm saying? And manipulate, maneuver through. So yeah, now I can agree that that the talent test, yes, they're gonna be high yellow. As a consequence, because of the situation that they were in. So yes, I do agree. You know what I'm saying? That yeah. So the talented 10 partner, most of them were gonna be mixed.
There's encouraged to marry mulattoes too.
Mm-hmm.
The what?
Yep.
Encouraged to
The
marry
bullying.
mulattoes. It was encouraged.
They were encouraged to marry mulatto, to remain higher in color. There's a comedian who said she married to some guy from Egypt, and her black mother was saying, no, because he's too dark.
I ain't seen he did say that, but I got to see that one too. Just make sure y'all on.
Yeah, they were encouraged. Go and look in the boule. All of them have light skinned wives. Them look like the Egyptians.
I ain't ready to give up Du Bois just yet, man. You know what I'm saying? Out there.
I'm not giving them up.
The continuation of Boule now was goddamn. What's the dude name from Atlanta? Kai Allen's still on here, goddamn. They got all type of dark skinned niggas in the Boule now.
But the wife,
you can do it the way in and everything else. Like it's not only light skinned people, but even the dark skinned, brown skinned people that make it into it, again, they're encouraged to marry somebody outside the race or a mulatto or whatever, lighten your gene pool up. You're encouraged to lighten your gene pool up. Like you don't see too many black dark skinned couples in the boule. You just don't be seeing that.
I ain't been looking at. I ain't took a whole picture, but I forgot the old boy name from Atlanta. Goddamn, that nigga straight Negro, black wife and all.
Yeah, but what his wife look like? I know who you're talking about. And what his children wife look like, or his children husbands look like. They get in, but when they get in, they lightening up the gene pool.
I gotta see that. I gotta see. I can't.
You go and look at it.
I'm not saying that didn't exist, but I'm like, y'all making it seem like it was a part of their handbook and code of ethics, and that was the law.
The history of the brown paper bag test.
No, I'm saying they were good and bad people. I'm saying I'm not saying individually people won't doing that, but I'm saying you can't act like they won't light skinned people who was fighting a good fight and wanted to and didn't have colorism. You can't just, I don't know.
I'm talking about a culture within the Black Greek letters, the Boule, like this culture, and this stuff seeped into our community. It seeped into our community. This ain't just on college campuses. It's not just up in the hills or whatever with the Boule, with the elites and all that. No, this stuff seeps in because people see what's going on, right? And they start to see that there's a threat in here, right?
And who's successful? So
but what if a lot of those people had good intentions and became alienated by the same people that y'all speaking for? Because we know a lot of mixed people even now say they get ostracized and alienized based off certain features and shit like that. So it's a two-way thing. That's all I'm saying. It could be a lot of responses to bullshit.
Mulattoes are actually accepted in our community for the most part. The only time you really hear people talk smack about a mulatto,
I had a mix. Boy,
they piss them off. They might try to take a dig at them about them being mulatto or whatever the case may be. But for the most part, no, they accept it. They're not rejected in our community. Exactly. They're viewed as a light-skinned black person. That's all.
Exactly. Like, nothing is an absolute. Nothing is an absolute. So I'm not saying.
Look at Sheffrin. Sheffrin had the first choice of pretty wives because he's light-skinned.
Crazy. You bringing that Jamaican shit over here, but look. The talented Tim, right? Now, you can't find explicitly where he said it, but in the time that the boys in them lived in the early 20th century, like 1903 or whatever, light-skinned black people did advance more in society. There was more of an acceptance of them. So promoting that would promote light-skinned black people to the top because they had more advantages at that time because of the colorism that existed in America. And by him accepting John D. Rockefeller in them position of the Talented 10th, it actually did promote the light-skinned black people, you know what I mean, more than it did darker skinned black people. We can't act like that wasn't inadvertently a byproduct of that, right? And W.E.B. Du Bois being as intelligent as he was, he had to know this. Like, so that let's not even.
That's why I say shit be a double-edged sword sometimes.
Yeah.
What if he just looking at data during that time and coming to a conclusion and now creating a playbook or a method as a result of that?
Yeah,
like
so
it can be problematic, but
no, but I agree. So what was going to happen inadvertently, right? You were going to put yourself at odds with Booker T. Washington and them, right? Because Booker T. Washington and them was talking about skilled trades, right? Meaning white America had no problem with a black man working for him, being a cook. You dig what I'm saying? So it didn't matter what color you was now. Probably in their house, as a domestic, if they wanted a black cook in their house, then more than likely they would probably want a lighter skinned black person, right? But in an industrial, like in down at the marketplace, a black cook, a dark skinned black cook, you wouldn't have no problem with that because he's not going to be seen. He's going to be back in the kitchen, right? So yeah, he kind of, I would say the boys in them, whether they knew what they was doing. And I don't have no problem with the boys in them. Like, he one of my favorite black people. But yeah, they kind of knew what they was doing.
He pushed up to the front. I'm being devil's advocate here.
No, hold on. You don't have to be devil's advocate.
He's Bob Marley, Stu Peace. He's Bob Marley.
Yeah, man. So
Yeah,
they knew what they was doing.
Peter Tosh was more talented than Bob Marley. But that light-skinned nigga named Bob Marley was more aesthetically pleasing.
Yep.
I
That's
said
exactly what happened. Bob.
Yeah, was more talented than Bob Marley, but Bob Marley is more aesthetically pleasing. You know, he had that light skin.
But I don't know if Bob Marley took advantage of that. Like,
what?
No, I don't think Bob Marley. If you say W.E.B. Du Bois took advantage of that, I don't even see W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois moved to motherfucking Ghana. Like, so what we're putting on him, I don't think he necessarily took advantage of it or seen I wouldn't put that on him completely. Like, you know what I mean?
White people started messing with him. That's why he went to Ghana.
Sean Paul is not the most talented entertainer out of Jamaica. Shaggy and Sean Paul, but them aesthetically pleasing to white people. I'm not saying that they promoted it, but they took advantage of it. Both Shaggy and Sean Paul, two curly hair, light skinned Negroes, all of a sudden the super big. When
I think you're having an issue with it.
When Shabba Ranks was the DJ, everybody was a Mr. Ugly Man in black, him lip big, him eyes this. It was a problem with him, but you've never heard anything about Sean Paul and Shaggy like that. But Shabba Ranks, you heard it. I'm just using three popular names.
No, I think that comes out. No, let's stop that. That comes out of the black community. That comes out of the black community. Calling black people ugly and unattractive because of their skin color. That's more of a black thing. We do that.
Where black people get it from, though?
I don't know. Listen. I wasn't around white people that called black people ugly. I was around black people who did that.
White people set the beauty standard. White people
I'm
set
not
the
going.
beauty standard. Anything that's opposite of them is unattractive. That's why the lighter you are, the more attractive you seem. They set the beauty
Some
standard.
accountability has to be taken.
Yeah, like
it's
we
new.
did
It's
that.
generations that come after that.
Oh,
that
I
you know,
agree. We got it. We got to hold accountability because we shouldn't accept their beauty standards. But that's one of the reasons why I push back against this whole colorist ideals of W.E.B. Du Bois, because it's problematic, because it supports their beauty standard. It supports it supports light is right. It supports that.
Let me be blasphemous. The last example. Kelly Rowland is much more beautiful than Beyonce. But Beyonce is pushed as a beauty standard. Am I lying?
No, you're not lying. I mean, most black men do favor Kelly Rowland. Like any circle you go in, it'll be like people be like Kelly Rowland was prettier, like she or more of their speed, right? Because it don't mean that just because you're light skinned you're prettier. It don't. Nobody, nobody on here would actually say that, right? And then we older. When you were younger, you probably said it, but as you get older, your beauty standard evolve, right? So you know what I mean? When we were younger people, growing up in the 80s, right? The light skin was preferred over the dark skin. But when we got older, you think so think about what's the TV show? A Different World. A Different World.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Jasmine got when you was little, but when you got older, Kim. Right? Remember Kim?
I was big on Kim than Jasmine back then myself. But
we all know Kim is a more beautiful woman than Jasmine Guy. Look at Jasmine Guy looks shriveled up.
Hey, look at Jasmine today and look at Kim today. And
Exactly.
like she aged a whole lot better.
Kim was finer back then. When you watch it now as a grown man, you feel me? Like fuck what the beauty standards say. You know a fine ass woman when you see
right, but you was indoctrinated at an early age to chase the
man.
chase
When I was a young nigga
girl.
and watched House Party, I thought
That's
Shireen
because
was
she light skinned too. Because
y'all
to be honest with you, Jasmine Guy ain't even the best looking light skinned girl in the world. But because she was light
Exactly.
skinned and she was being pushed down in front, everybody just immediately oh, she's bad. Not really. She just light skinned. That's all it is. But that's how people is trained. She's light skinned. She look good. She ain't got to look good. She just got to be light skinned. In your mind, that's extra points, right? Like, so yeah. That's stuff we've been instilled with early age as kids.
Y'all have made me go down a rabbit hole with the Boulay thing, man. I done went to the Boulay's website, man. I'm on their fucking website right now as we speak.
I didn't even know they had a website.
Yeah, like all fraternities have a website. Like,
fraternity, right? You talking about the fraternity, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. They literally, they don't even have nobody like
light skin on there.
Chef would not even make it on this one.
What nigga? John Lewis. Oh, damn it. That's what I'm trying to get.
Everybody darker than me. Every single member.
And John Lewis in the Boulay, Kyle?
Why the fuck do I know? I ain't in no Boulay.
For the website, I think John Lewis is a part of that.
I'm looking at the office personnel right now, the grand office of the person. I mean the officer, excuse me. Let me see if I can get John.
It's like they purposely are not putting light skinned people up here. I feel offended. I'm looking at this website and I feel like there's some racist shit going on towards me.
Oh. Maybe they had a shift in their directives because all these niggas is black, bro.
This racism right here.
I feel you, but yeah. Now again, I wasn't talking about the fraternity per se. Like I was talking about the larger scope of things, but not just the fraternity. Because I would the AKAs is way more notorious for their colorism. Right? If we just talking about colorism within the fraternities, I would point you to the AKAs.
Yeah. I would never disagree with you on that because the AKAs are known to be in light skin, long hair. That's what you know about AKAs. Right. And Deltas are gonna be the fine, beautiful, dark skinned sisters. I'm with you on that. SG Rose is gonna be a mix of whatever you find, depending on what state. Same with the Zetas. So I mean,
yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. John Lewis was down Sigma Psi Phi.
Yes, what's called MLK, W.B. Du Bois, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Y'all was saying like the
Like,
idea is that they got to get a white wife. I'm like, that's why
no,
I
I didn't say white wife. No, I didn't say white wife because this is before
Light
misandry
skin.
laws. This is before miscegenation laws. So yeah, I'll say mulatto wife. Like look at Coretta Scott.
I don't know. See, I don't know how Martin Luther Scott. I can't do that. Yeah. See,
Like I said, it's brown. I said there was brown and dark skinned people in the boule, but they was voted. They was pushed to marry light.
Listen, if I'd have came up back then, bro, I might have had me a red bone just by default, because niggas sometimes they be like niggas like red bone in the hood ain't even boule.
Niggas is Bloods and Crips and like you got that red
These
bone.
ideas seep down to our community. Yeah, it's not just boule. Like I said, these ideas seep down.
They seep down because
What do y'all say about the light skinned people in your family?
What about them? I
Is
got
there something wrong with them?
Remember Lil Wayne?
No,
I got biracial cousins.
no, I'm not talking about biracial. I'm just talking about every light skinned person ain't biracial.
Oh, I agree. I ain't got no problem with
Right.
I don't got beef with light skinned people. This ain't about beef with light skinned people. It's about a mentality, right? Like this idea that we have that you have to be light to be right, or light needs to be running things, or light make like I said, this stuff is coming from white people.
Yeah,
Like,
but on the Blu-ray's own website, I can't find a light skinned person. Like that's I guess that's the confusion that we have in, because I'm looking on their website and I did look to the founders, and the founders would probably, I would say, would be a definite even demographic of the full color spectrum of black people.
Right.
You got dark skin in there, you got light skin, you got some mulattoes. But it's not as if there was only mulatto people. Then if you came in dark skin, they were saying you gotta marry a light skinned person. Maybe it just happened that way. You know what I'm saying? Like
nothing don't just happen that way.
They pushed you to marry light. This wasn't something that was written down that I could show you. I'm saying they was pushing people to marry light. That was the narrative.
Yeah, that's a conspiracy though, bro. It's a conspiracy theory. This is the same way like
They were saying this in real time. I mean, I can pull up stuff of people saying this stuff in real time about this. Like this, I'm not just making this up like freestyling.
Yeah, but listen, hey, Coretta Scott King ain't even biracial. I had to look it up. She just like
Who said she was biracial?
Nobody said she was biracial.
You said look like
I said married light.
Y'all tripping. Niggas call Coretta biracial.
Sheffrin, can I ask you a question? You said what happened to light skinned people in black families? Is it not true that the expectations of black families of light skinned people is totally different than the expectations of darker skinned people in the family settings?
I don't know, because I'm the darkest of my siblings. I'm the darkest of my siblings, so, and y'all call me light skinned, so you dig what I'm saying? I don't have that
because all in your light. So therefore they wouldn't apply the same principle. But in most dark-skinned families, with the light-skinned one, the expectation of that person, or what they expect that person to do or to become, is oftentimes different.
Nah.
Okay, all right.
How about that?
No, don't believe that. Don't believe that. Don't believe that.
I got to use that for my light skinned family members. Like, nah, I ain't never thought about that.
Right? Yeah, we doing too much.
Don't believe that.
So you saying the dark skinned people in your family, you think that they supposed to not be shit?
No, I'm not saying that. But when the light skinned one don't become shit, the pressure on them sometimes is graver. Because the perception is that this person has been given a lot of
I'm done with this. I'm done with this conversation.
Yeah, I'm not.
This is preposterous.
Given a lot of opportunity, Sheffrin.
What side this shit to be?
It is expected that you're going to be successful.
Oh, why you can't get y'all an inch? I swear, y'all get y'all an inch, y'all there goddamn go crazy, guys.
This is crazy.
I don't know what's going on in your family, CP. So they was like, yo, y'all niggas-
No, man, but
family wild.
when you go back and look at it, everybody in here who have a light skinned person in their family, it is expected that that licensed person is going to be successful. You might not want to put it in words because you might not even think about it. It's an unspoken rule.
Yeah,
It's
I
an
didn't think
Does
unspoken
about
rule.
not
it. Not even unspoken.
does
That's
it
why.
not bother people? Does it not bother people that that all our civil rights movements, well, not all of them, but since the end of slavery, for the most part, was centered around us getting closer to white people?
What you mean?
Is that not?
I think that's a false narrative saying getting closer to white people. It was about having the same treatment, not necessarily about being close. Being closer was just a byproduct. It was about
Okay, okay, all
status.
right, all right. But that might be how you view it. But again, if you look at the movements and who led these movements and who started these movements and what these movements were actually pushing, it was all about getting closer to white people. Like I said, Plexi V. Ferguson, mulattoes wanting to get closer to white people. I point to the NAACP. That whole movement was started by white people. The Talented Temp, y'all mentioned that earlier. That wasn't W.E.B. Du Bois' idea. That was a white person's idea. All our movements were centered around getting closer to white people. All these civil rights
Of
movements. I
white
can
people.
go deeper. I didn't even get to A. Philip Randolph. We can chew on him too, Paul. These movements are all centered around getting closer to white people, access to white people.
No, would it be possible, Psycho, instead of white people, if you would replace that word with being closer to America and closer to the infrastructure of the country that we live in? Because like I don't see any of these people saying the thing that you're saying about we want to get in, we want to be free so we can be just like white people. We want to be free because we are human beings and we need civil rights and we need to be able to vote to represent our community. None of that equates to being like white people. It equates to being an actual
Not
citizen
being
in the
like
country
white
of
people,
America.
not being like white people per se, but being closer to white people.
How?
As soon have the opportunity to live around white people. As soon as they became successful, boom, white
What?
people. Yes, they don't want it to live like white people. They want it to be white.
Oh, you mean because
They want
they don't want to gang bang and do stuff like
no,
And
no,
that?
see,
no,
this
no.
is where even when the African American talks proper, they get
There was
called
no
white. You see a
beyond
lot of that where that psychology of it
no,
comes
no, no. I'm not. No, we're not going down that.
Different conversation.
Now I'm just saying the whole dichotomy of doing that that thing that we do without the void of white people. That's all I'm saying.
Is there not such thing as talking white?
Success.
Not
That's what we call a misconception, right? So the goal is to become educated, successful, and also to be able to take advantage of the system of America. And a negative stereotype that we have is, oh, that's like a white person in our community, but that's not necessarily the essence of what's going on. People are fighting for civil liberties, for the opportunity to participate in the system that we created. And so, like, if that in some people's mind equates to being like white people because you want to be an active participant in the system and in your local government or in education, then I don't know what being a black person is, because being a black person would have to be the exact opposite of that, which means you're not committed to the community. That means you're not practicing civics. That means you're not educated. So, like, where is this idea of what's being black then?
Let's get into that. Like the civil rights movement, right? The modern day civil rights movement that everybody kind of hyper focuses on, this Martin Luther King and all them. The stuff that they was fighting for, that stuff was already on the books, right? Like we had the people to act like we didn't have the right to vote until the 60s. Like we had the right to vote since 1870, right? So we've already had a lot of that stuff. The rights was already there when the Civil Rights Bill was passed. The Civil Rights Bill was about enforcing the laws, right? Like these laws
because they're
wasn't being
doing
enforced.
it was
So,
rolled back during Jim Crow times, though, right?
Well, no, not when it came to federal stuff like voting and everything else. No, what they was pushing back against was gerrymandering and stuff like that. You know, like the Klan and stuff. You know, trying to stop black people from going into the booths and everything else. This, that, and third. Like they need these civil rights laws to be enforced. They wasn't being enforced everywhere. So that's what the Civil Rights Bill was pretty much about. Like there was no new stuff being put in action until a little bit later when they put in the miscegenation laws with Love and Be Virginia and stuff like that, and some of this other, some of the other stuff that passed in 65 and immigration and the DEI stuff that, the precursor to DEI and all that stuff and everything.
Yeah, but the fight was against. Okay, so in the South, I'm speaking from the South because that's what I know more about. But
he right though, Kayo. But go ahead.
No, I know he's right about what happened, but in the South, the people definitely weren't allowed to vote. African Americans weren't allowed to vote.
Yeah, that's because your local government was not enforcing it. They were putting roadblocks, but the whole thing federally.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. The federal mandate came out in the late 1800s that allowed, and then they enforced the Jim Crow laws in the South predominantly. And those laws that were in the South and those different bullshit they brought out, they did not allow Black people to get in line to vote. And that's what the civil rights movement was about. It's about, hey man, y'all can't do this. Y'all doing something that's unconstitutional. And that's
unconstitutional. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine. But that could have got done without integration, though. That could have got done independent integration. Integration was something that they wanted. They wanted integration. Black people were pressed about integration. They're pressed about equal. They're pressed about equal, not necessarily separation.
What's up, y'all, man?
Logic, what it do?
I'm chilling. This right where this is a good spot right here in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like I really am interested in you saying that we could have got civil rights without legislation. Is that what you're saying?
No, without integration. You didn't say legislation.
Integration. Yeah, without integration.
Oh, without integration. So like us being under the same policy to you isn't integration? Like that's not a part of like integrating into society, being under the same protections and the same laws and shit like that?
Well, when I'm speaking on integration, I'm pretty much speaking on living like like as far as like moving around white people and everything else. Like I'm talking about like having businesses in your communities and everything. That's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about like we are integrated as far as like sharing the same laws of the land and then same currency and everything else. So I'm not speaking on that level. I'm not talking about creating our own currency and stuff like that.
So logic, what was integration for? If people were fighting for integration, there had to be the opposite of that. It's called segregation. So what are the things in society that a group of people were segregated from, right? So we were segregated in education. We were segregated in housing. We were segregated in the marketplace, right? Public spaces, we were segregated, meaning you had this. It was segregated between, you had one society for Black people and you had one society for white people. That's called segregation. We wanted to be integrated, meaning we want the same rights and privileges as any other person in America. That's what it was for. You know what I mean?
I'm saying that last part of what you said. So like y'all saying two different things. He's saying that we could have got the last thing that you said without all the other stuff that you said. And to that I might actually agree. Being impossible, I don't know how, but I can't say that it's impossible that we couldn't have did that.
How could we get fair housing without integration?
I don't know. I don't know, but is it possible? I mean, I don't. I can't say it's not.
The right to move and live where you want to live at. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have got that without legislation. I mean,
you did need legislation. I didn't say we didn't need legislation, and I'm not pushing for segregation, right? I'm talking about separation, right? Like I'm talking about
separation is a choice.
Right. Again. We already got de facto separation, right? For the most part, right?
We live in separation
right? Most of us live around each other, right? Maybe small little segment pocket groups of other people, for whatever the case may be. For the most part, you walk outside, you see other black people.
Yes,
Right,
sir.
most of us, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
but what happened was when they did this with the Civil Rights Bill and made integration legal in the manner that they did it, what they did was they opened up the floodgates for them to make money in our community, which was something that they wasn't really doing that much, and something that they actually wanted to capitalize on. You can go to 1947. I like to go to 1947 because that kind of was the test run for integration with Jackie Robinson and the Dodgers and everything, with Branch Rickey. We used to look outside of Ebbets Field and used to see black kids playing stickball and everything else out in the streets and everything else, and them outside listening to the Dodger games and everything. And he was trying to figure out how could he get them into, into a stadium, and, kind of, it was a market there pretty much, he saw. So it was already talks and whispers about possibly integration and everything else. So this is when he decided to jump out the window and get Jackie Robinson and bring him into the league. Once this happened, this was the test run, right? This was to see if the country was ready to integrate, because when Jackie had to go to the South and play games and everything else. It's also had a lot of racist northern states up here too. Let's not get it twisted. And he went through it and everything, this, that, and the third. But this was a way of trying to see if everything was gonna, flow smooth. And then you got the very next year, 1948, the DNC in 1948, the Democratic National Convention. God damn it. Harry Truman, excuse me. Harry Truman was about to run for office. And when Harry Truman was about to run for office, he was entertaining the idea of taking slow steps into integrating the country. The first thing he wanted to do was integrate the military. Right? That's something that people have been pushing for since the early 40s.
Hold on, Stu Beasley cooking.
That was something they was pushing for since the 40s with A. Philip Randolph and everything else, when they threatened to have the first march to Washington. That never took place, but I think that was like 41. But 48, by then, Harry Truman had took over and everything else. After y'all died, Harry Truman took over, and he was about to run for office in 48. And when he was about to run office in 48 at the DNC, the Southern Democrats, because Harry Truman was a Democrat, the Southern Democrats got pissed. He started kind of, alluding that he was going to make steps towards integration and everything else. Because again, Jackie Robinson, the year before, that was the test run. He felt like the country was ready now. So then what happened was Southern Democrats, Strom Thurmond from South Carolina and a whole bunch of other Southern Democrats got pissed off, whipped out a bunch of guns, started threatening the other Democrats, Northern Democrats, everything else. Big skirmish happened, and then they all left the DNC. And after they left the DNC, a group was formed called the Dixiecrats. So when the Dixiecrats were formed, everybody like to talk about the Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrats actually didn't form until 1948, and it happened with this situation that I mentioned. And then the Dixiecrats were formed, and they only formed to try to stop Harry Truman from winning the election, because they was trying to split the Democratic vote, and they figured if they could split the Democratic vote, there's no way he wins, and they ain't got to deal with integration because they didn't want to see it happen. And what ended up happening was Harry Truman ended up winning by a lot, way more. It was kind of like Trump this year. Like everybody went in, thought Trump was going to lose, and ended up winning by a landslide. It was the same thing with Truman. Everybody thought he was going to lose, he ended up winning by a landslide. So that ended up happening. And so all this happened, and again, this was their way of trying to make money off of black people, because when integration happened, everybody liked to talk about the infamous video that floats around YouTube, how to sell to a Negro, right? You look at that, that's where white people minds was at the time, right? They were trying to figure out how to make money off the Negro. Another thing that was happening that was prominent around this time was fast food chains. With McDonald's, this was starting to become a thing, right? They were starting to franchise stores and everything else. They was looking for places to franchise these stores and make a whole bunch of money off of, right? And one of the targets they wanted to do was the black community, but back then, the black community, we didn't do all fast food stuff, man. We cooked at home. We cooked at home, everything, this, that, and third. Everybody's cooking, no fast food, everything. You go and look around in your hood now, most hoods in America, you got a Kentucky Fried Chicken there, you got a Popeyes there, you got a McDonald's, some got pizza, Domino's, you got all these little Caesars, all these spots and everything else, all in the hood, and nobody cooks no more. Everybody eats out. It's that and third. Everybody, Uber Eats. Like this is what's going on. Like they turned us into straight consumers. Right, and this is what they wanted. The whole target for white people was to get money out of the black community, and that's what ended up happening. And like I just giving y'all some small examples, but it's way more stuff than that. I mean, we can get to the mom and pop stuff, but go ahead, Susie.
No, mention Cadillac. Oh, black people see Cadillac, and they had to start advertising to black people in the 30s when Cadillac was going bankrupt. That is documented that black people saved Cadillac. But you're right in everything that you're saying. But everybody think that integration was to benefit black people. No, white people only choose what they wanted to integrate and at what pace. That's what you're saying. What pace they integrated, what was beneficial to them. They only integrated when it was beneficial to them, not when it was beneficial to black people. Even golf courses was the last to be integrated because of how much it charged.
So you're saying the integrationist movement was actually a white movement, not a black movement. That's what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to say that you only get integrated because
Southern blacks didn't care about integrating. I can give a whole bunch of examples of Southern blacks, but most Southern blacks didn't care about integrating. They wanted to be treated fairly. They wanted equal. They did want equal. They didn't care about all this integrating and everything else. Brown v. Board happened in 1954. Everybody knows about the infamous situation out in Arkansas that happened in 1957 at Central High, where they forced those kids. Yes, and I said forced because that's what happened. Forced those kids to integrate that school because Brown v. Board happened 3 years prior, and people saw that people was not integrating in the schools, even though the laws had changed for them to integrate. Nobody was integrating their kids in school, and they were trying to force the situation to happen because again, black people didn't care about integrating.
But listen, how can you have equal rights without integration, bro? Like equal rights meaning that I want to be able to go to Harvard and Princeton. Like everything is an option.
That's a private institute. It's a private institute.
What I'm saying, so you get the federal oversight to say to enforce these laws to make sure we hold these states' feet to the fire. So they'll have the option to choose. And like you know what I mean? And then if they want to
don't want to deal with me, I really don't care if a private institute don't want to deal with me. As long as I got access to all the things I'm supposed to have access dealt by the federal government, then I'm good. I don't need private institutes to care. I don't care. If they don't want me, why would I want to force my way into a place that don't want me? I'm good on it. We got it's not like it's only colleges out there. We had colleges.
I get you, right? But but we're not a monolith, right? So I get that aspect of it. So I'm saying, why can't you have a society that's integrated and you can still be separate? Like, why can't both be done? Now I understand how in certain ways it did weaken certain areas that were primarily black so I get that aspect of it. But it's like both dichotomies can exist, though. You feel me? That's what I'm saying.
Man, we got black banks, we got black stores, we got black restaurants, we got black HBCUs. We still have the option to do both right now. Like I don't feel like this. Right. I think this is a false dichotomy. Like it's like a black and white fallacy. Either you gotta do this side or do that side, but you can be in the gray area. You can have options. That's what the real integration was. It was basically give me the ability and the right to go where I want to spend where I want to. Now it's more beneficial, of course, to spend in your local community and spend with your local black businesses that surrounding you. Yes, it's beneficial, but then you have the option if you need to. Let's say you traveling on the road and you're in an all-white community, you hungry. Nigga, I want to be able to go into a white McDonald's or McDonald's period and get a fucking cheeseburger. That's just how I feel. I don't know. Maybe
McDonald's will still allow you to go into there because as a franchise, right? Like that's not a small mom and pop chicken shack or something that you went into, right? That's a huge franchise. They're not going to deny you.
Well, you said, but see
You
that's a
still would be
private,
able to
but it's
go into.
privately
You
owned
still
though.
would be
Like
able to go
when they,
into. You still would be able to go to that McDonald's on the highway or whatever the case may be.
okay, so I just can't go to the small businesses that are all white.
Well, if they don't want you to, I mean that'll be up to the business owner.
Yeah, we ain't doing that.
McDonald's became integrated because it became a corporation. When McDonald's was just farming, when it was the first McDonald's, it wasn't integrated. Where it was located was in a predominantly white neighborhood. It wasn't integrated. It's when it became a conglomerate black corporation, it became integrated. White people only integrated when they want black dollars.
Yeah, that's because McDonald's ain't start off as McDonald's. McDonald's started as a mom and pop store located in California. So yeah, of course.
No, but it proved the point that Psycho is making. They only integrate when they want black dollars. That's why they integrated the Dodgers. Integrated because they wanted black dollars.
Did y'all see that link I put in this chat? Because when you talk integration and the money aspect of it, I always start there with Gaines versus Missouri. And that brother was smart enough to go to college, but they wouldn't let him in because he was black. So Sam Houston in the NAACP argued on separate but equal, and that if you're not going to allow him in, then you have to create an equal facility. And because it would cost so much, it's cheaper to just let him in. Unfortunately, the brother never made it. He ironically disappeared. But you have to start there, where you start talking integration and the money. And it was never a push to get by whiteness or white people. It was equal facilities. It was equal opportunity.
Right.
That's what the push. That's what the push is all about. It's not necessarily whiteness. I think it was Khalil that was saying it while I was trying to figure out how to get in there and peace everybody. But it was a push to chase that American dream.
Right. I'm not saying everybody in the movement was pushing to get close to whiteness. I'm saying the top of the movement, the way they were, the head of the movements. Yes, it was about that. That's
now,
what
I'll give you this, Psycho. We in that attempt for luxury and comfort, we did start adapting a Eurocentric gauge of what success is.
Mm-hmm. And I don't want to get past that one point you just made, because MLK himself, who I'm not a huge fan of, but he started to make a whole lot more sense before he passed away. And one of the things he said before he passed away was, it ain't cost this country, integration ain't cost this country 1 red cent. It ain't cost them a dime. It's a stroke of a pen. And that's fact.
Right.
That's awesome.
I'm getting my son out the car. I'm gonna get to mute, but I'll get back with y'all.
Yeah. But it's funny because all that conversation we having now goes into some of the conversation that today, because all these different things and all the federal oversight that was put in place to protect African Americans are some of the pushback we having now that they talk about eliminate. You know what I'm saying? So so eventually y'all gonna get what y'all want. It's like, so actually to vote Trump, psychopath, is a push in kind of your direction, because he's looking to demolish. No, I'm saying I know. Yeah, I ain't saying you did. For your ideology, yeah, he's looking to do away with those
But or separating, I separating don't bother me. I don't care about. I care about
the federal
other things. I care about other things. I care about the other things he pushing. Separation, I don't care about. But yeah, there's other things he pushing. I got issues with though.
I forgot the other one was like, I can't remember right now, but it was something about it allowed for segregation in a sense at the workplace. I gotta find it. I don't want to misspeak on it, but I gotta find it.
I know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you live in the hood, that ain't affecting you none. That only affecting people that live around a bunch of white people.
Yeah. If you live in a predominant black community, that's not affecting you. That's not affecting you. Nothing.
I want to be protected everywhere though. Like, I might just not want to be around niggas all day. You know what I'm saying? It just so happened.
You rather be around white people that don't want to be around you? That make you feel better?
No, but I just rather be. No, there's people. I could be around people that just. No, I don't want to be around people that don't want to be around me. No. I mean, we know, we
Right,
understand
right.
that, but
So you
I want.
don't live in those towns. Don't live in those towns. That's going to
I'm not.
segregate. Don't live in those towns.
Nah, but we like in this Georgia, this area that was like that was like that are now no longer like that. Man, like motherfuckers, people had to go through work to get that to move that to get rid of that type of damn.
Yeah, but a psycho, that's not even an option for us, right? To even consider what you just said. And the reason why, by us being 12 or 13% of the population, right? What if they just decide they don't want to live around? You know how that can restrict us from movement? You feel me? Like,
At 13%, how many don't live in a black neighborhood?
no, I'm saying just think where you will be forced. You know what I mean? Like, where would you be able to go in the country, in this large country, at 13, 14% of the population, if the majority decide that you can't live amongst them? It's not even that. That's why, like you said, separation. Now
Right.
you can choose to separate, right? But for it to be legal, like we had to fight that. You feel me? Like it restricted us too much. We had to fight.
And what as far as living conditions, like why do we need to live around white people? Why would we need to live around white people?
No, the ability to be able to live where we want. That's the thing. Like, you know what I mean? So just think where a lot of black communities were, like say you from New Jersey. I'm sure Newark probably in the 40s had segregated
The white town mainly.
Exactly. So
Italian.
our neighborhoods were, you
Italians
know,
ran the
in
town.
less desirable portions of the city, right? Or less in, you know, in the South, like in the dirty South, if you watch shows like In the Heat of the Night and all of that back in the day, remember them shows? Where the black people lived at, they would call it down in the bottom. You dig what I'm saying? And when Chief Gillespie and them used to go down in the bottoms, that shit ain't look like regular Sparta. You dig what I'm saying? That shit was dirt roads, and you feel me? That nigga, that was still the city of Sparta.
That was from neglect. That was from neglect from the state, right? I think there was a Mississippi in that show.
Yeah,
But,
but look where they was restricted to. You dig what I'm saying? Look where the black people was restricted to. Now imagine when that shit was legal, where they couldn't move from them areas, where you had to stay in the most undesirable parts of a town or a city because it was legal. No, we couldn't live like that. That wasn't right.
No, I mean, well, I agree as far as like it wasn't getting equal funding, and that I'm cool with fighting for. Yes, they deserve equal funding, so they communities wouldn't look the way you was talking about, you know, and because again, that came from neglect from the city, the state, and both, right? Like that was a local thing. Now, yes, but they definitely deserved equal funding. But again, we talking about equal, not separate, not separate.
Right. So you're talking about separate but equal. But separate but equal is inherently creates the inferiority right there. You can, well, that's how the landmark case was ruled, even in Brown versus Boyd.
Yeah, Brown v. Boyd. Yeah,
that separate versus equal was inherently inferior. The judges
the way it was practiced, I agree. The way it was practiced, but that's because it wasn't practiced equally. They left the equal part out, and
so where does the money come from? Right? Where the money comes from and that money that the state get comes from the taxpayers, right? So if there's a more affluent society or affluent group of people, right, and there's restrictions, then theirs is going to be better than yours by virtue that they have more money. So yours is going to inherently be worse. There's no way. No, yeah, But I feel you. But
I mean, we've
And
been
listen,
integrated.
and listen,
We've been
and listen.
integrated now for over 60 years, and we still our school still ain't up to par with these white schools. I went to a predominantly white school, and it was in my sophomore year, and it was a huge difference from my freshman year to my sophomore year. Like just the facilities alone. Like we didn't have no pool in my high school in Newark. Well, we had a pool out there where I was going to school at all of a sudden. We had all types, like the facilities was crazy. But same state, same county.
So
Listen,
if you move across town, right, you can go to that school with the pool in it.
But I didn't even live there. I wasn't even supposed to go there. I had to use a whole different address to go there. But at the end of the day, like most of us don't live up there.
Okay.
All right, but listen, separate but equal, though, right? That separate but equal was a scam, though, right? Like when they created the 14th Amendment, separate but equal was the loophole they used to deny black folks the same privileges. That's how you got the Jim Crow law. Because they said, okay, y'all want to go to the okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do, in order to comply to the 14th Amendment, we're gonna do separate but equal. That way y'all can't say y'all. That was the white folks scam. That's how everything played out the way it was. So it's crazy that that we argue with something that was actually a scam. Like they created that to duck the 14th Amendment, and then they came back and ratify the 14th Amendment and to take that shit out. They had to reword and get the legalese right so motherfuckers can put the loophole in there like that. And that's how we got where we are. This is crazy.
I ain't talking about the 14th, 13th Amendment.
Whenever you talk about separate by equal, you talk about the 14th Amendment. That's where that comes out of. Jim Crow, that's all that comes out of the 14th Amendment.
Right.
You gotta study the 14th Amendment.
People wasn't practicing the equal part. People wasn't practicing the equal part. And that's that was the issue. Right, because Jim Crow wasn't because of separate but equal. It wasn't because of the 14th Amendment.
Jim Crow comes on the heels of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that. But the 14th Amendment was independent of that.
No, what I'm saying is like all that shit's linked, bro. That's why you don't see that terminology until after the 14th Amendment. Separate but equal. That's when all that shit starts.
Separate but equal started after Plessy v. Ferguson.
Was that before or after the 14th Amendment?
After.
We can look it up.
It was after.
Right, yeah, after the 14th Amendment. Yeah, the 14th Amendment. So, yeah, because that was their way. They would say, you know what, we can still comply, but what they basically be saying like, yo, they can't tell us to let niggas in our private shit. It's our private shit, right? So we're gonna give them separate equal. All right, so boom, they can come in, but they gotta sit in the back. You feel me? They can come in a restaurant, but they gotta eat in the restaurant over there by the fire, by the exit door. So I'm saying that's why they started. You know what I mean? That was the way to get out of
They did it because the mulattoes didn't think it was fair. I just went through that. Like if you look at Homoplexy was a whole octoroon. That's a whole white boy, and that was the whole reason why they used. That's the whole reason why they even used them, because it was a whole planned thing. That whole fiasco on the Louisiana train and everything else. They planned that out. It was a whole. That was a movement. They were trying. They knew it was going to get smacked up in court, and they wanted to try to challenge it in the Supreme Court, and that's what ended up happening, and they lost. And that's when Jim Crow laws got codified.
You gotta jump back on the mulatto real quick.
I understand. That's what it was about. Yeah, that's what it was about. They thought all these laws were unfair to them because they was getting thrown in the black box. And they like, how am I black when I got a whole white side of my family, or the black person in my family is my grandmother or my great grandmother, or what? They're like, this one drop stuff is stupid. That was their way of pushing back against this. Like, we not even black. Like, y'all just saying we black, y'all just putting us in this box. Like that's why they use homoplexy to try to show the hypocrisy in the whole one drop rule thing.
That's crazy.
All right, so here, look, we'll read the because it's a Plexi verse Ferguson you're talking about, right? So we got the right. So it says, listen. So it says the right. So it said the 14th. The separate equals come from the 14th Amendment. Supreme Court interpretation of the 14th Amendment, right? It was amended, and it was amended in 1896 case, right? Plessy versus Ferguson. So it said the 14th Amendment ratified the 1868 guaranteed equal protection of laws to all persons within the state's jurisdiction. So then you got the Plessy versus Ferguson case. The Supreme Court ruled that laws requiring racial segregation were constitutional as long as the separate facilities provided for blacks and white people were equal.
About the interpretation of the amendment.
Right, the legalese. Right. So the court argued that this did not violate the 14th Amendment equal protection clause, reasoning that the amendment was intended to ensure legal equality, not social equality. Right. So while the 14th Amendment was meant to protect civil rights and equality, the separate but equal doctrine was a judicial interpretation that allows segregation to persist under the guise of equality. Right. Until of course, till Brown versus Board. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I was kind of saying, like all that shit that's separate equal, that shit comes on the heels of the 14th Amendment. That's what kicked it off. Yeah, that's what kicked it off.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. As I said, Plessy v. Ferguson, they was challenging. Yeah, they was challenging it in the Supreme Court. That was the whole plan.
So the
Yeah,
separate. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so the separate part, in a society, in the affluent society, Martin Luther King and them, that's what they were arguing, that you know it was inherently inferior, and not only did it economically restrict you, you dig what I'm saying, which is crazy. If 14% of the population, or was we even 14% back then?
Yeah,
In the
we was
50s?
close to it. Yeah, that's
Close.
yeah, we was hovering around that number forever. So yeah, that's safe to say.
Yeah, so you know what I mean? They felt as though that even Martin Luther King, he was arguing that mentally that shit was like taxing on black people. You get what I'm saying? Being restricted under that. So it was a lot of things that we didn't have to live under. So it's easy to say, you dig what I'm saying, coming from post-segregation, to say that,
People are saying this in real time though. Like I know it sounds like I'm Monday morning quarterbacking and everything else, but people were saying this in real time. Like this stuff was all being challenged in real time. Like everybody wasn't with MLK's movement. Like history will lead you to believe. Like a lot of people.
Yeah. Nation of Islam and them was against it.
Yeah, that's clear.
I'm talking about even in the South. Like MLK got accused of being a rebel rouser, everything else. John Lewis himself, look at the Selma situation. He wasn't crazy about King and them coming down there stealing his limelight. He wasn't crazy about that. Like that was a local movement. That was a local movement put together by those people out there. The pushback against, I think it was pushback against Bolton, if I'm mistaken. And it was a movement that they created. And MLK went down there and stole all their shine. That's why the whole situation happened at the bridge.
That was the
situation
playbook.
happened at the bridge. The whole situation happened at the bridge because MLK said, "Wait, I can't make it till like tomorrow or something like that." They was like, "Man, the hell with him. Who the hell you think he is, man? He ain't run nothing down here. We going now." And they went then, and then that whole situation happened.
They got their ass beat.
But that was the playbook. But that was strategic, though. That was the playbook, though. You know how the playbook. They was doing that shit. Got that Thurgood Marshall. That was like the playbook. You know what I'm saying? To set everything up because he had the clout. You know what I'm saying? He bring all the cameras out. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so of course, he took the bet. You know what I mean? Yeah. So some folks ain't get their shine. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. But you know what I mean? But that's how the playbook went. You feel me?
I'm just saying the image of MLK changed after he died. Like white liberals took control of his image and messaging, and now everybody got a different view of MLK than what it was like in real time.
Hey, and I'm thankful, man. We gotta do our heroes like that. Psycho, man, clean them up, bro. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Now they want to bring up the fact that he had
But white people control that.
I'm trying to-
White people control that message about MLK, and they both sides control the message of MLK. You got the liberals love him, obviously, because he pushes for the integration stuff and this, that, and the third. But the white wing love him too. They sit up there every single MLK day. It never fails. They come out and they start quoting MLK left and right. I long for the day where I could get judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. White wingers love that, because they take that and they start talking about how, I'm not racist. I'm not judging people by the color of their skin. I'm judging them by the content of their character. And I don't like Chicago thugs. I don't like these hooligans. I don't want to live around these people. I'm not judging them because they black. I'm judging them based off the content of their character. Those white wingers love MLK. And white people control MLK's messaging, not us. If we control the messaging, we'll be talking about MLK in more realistic fashion and not just deifying them and whatever the case may be. But y'all go ahead.
He said we wouldn't. So in other words, he'd be less of a hero to us. That's what it is.
He'd be more human. He'd be more human and less deified. He'd just be more human.
Human history, the Negroes do move like that. Man, we're gonna make him a hero, man. After the fact, that's how we do.
Everything he did wasn't bad.
I'm not saying everybody.
Everything he did wasn't bad, but everything he did wasn't great.
Everybody agreed. Yeah, of course. I'm not saying everybody agree with MLK. I could even point. We can even look at certain instances where integration was harmful to certain black areas. We got Black Wall Street, North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? But like sometimes
he gets too much credit and too much of the blame for integration. The integration movement was not his movement, right? Like he jumped on board of a train that was already in place, right? Like so that was told. He's the face of integration, and people prop him up like that. When people think of integration and black people, the first thing you think of is MLK. But that movement was going on 50 years before him. Like again, W.B. Du Bois, right? Like they started all this hardcore political integration movement, so to speak. Like it started with them and NAACP. And that was way before MLK. So so I don't blame him for integration. He gets too much blame for that. He also gets too much credit for doing it because again, he didn't even organize. He wasn't an organizer. He didn't create nothing. He was a speaker. He was an orator. He was a great orator. What he did, he was.
Yeah, hey, listen, that's how it be sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like just like Alexander Graham Bell, he get credit for a lot of shit, but a lot of things he didn't do. The same thing like Elon Musk. You don't know all the people that are behind Elon Musk, but Elon Musk is the face. So you know what I mean? But that's just that's just part of the game. I'm not saying everything he did was great. I'm saying everybody agreed with everything he did. Now you had pushback. You know what I'm saying? I can see the side of it. I just don't. Sometimes I just feel like this community's been too quick to vilify the man. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a man of his time, trying to make shit right for black people. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I hear you. Like I know my pops never liked MLK. I'm gonna keep it a stat. Like any issues I got with MLK kind of got passed down from my pops. My pops did not like him. My pops is not a fan of integration. My views not come from YouTube, right? Like I grew up with this stuff. My pops wasn't a fan of integration. My pops said, I like to tell the story because it's crazy, but my pop said he used to pay like $25 to take a bus from South Carolina up to North, right? Before integration, right? He said the second integration hit, that $25 went up to $80. The second integration hit, he had to now pay $80 to get up to North. They take the same bus ride, and now he got the privilege of getting to North 5 seconds faster than he was before. Yeah, so he my whole idea. What happened?
Was your father Garvey's? Was he a Garvey's?
Was he a who?
Garvey.
Yes, he supported Garvey. My pops into the Bible though. My pops a Bible thumper and everything else. But yeah, Garvey was too though. But yeah, he was definitely into Garvey. He believes all that Egypt stuff and everything else. My pops would argue with me about all that stuff. But yeah, he definitely was Pan African though. Still is, I should say.
So where's you on the Pan-Africanism?
Just born into it. Like I said, Pop's Pan-African. My mom's a Panther. She's the reason why I'm so political. Like, she definitely got me into politics at an early age. We watched everything political, everything, helping councilmen out here, mayors get elected, stuff like that. Like she was boots on the ground.
That actually, your answer to that other question, you said you was born into it. That gives me a much different perspective than I ain't never looked at it like that. Never looked at it quite like that. But one thing that I like concern is the wrong. But one thing that I feel like is difficult to strategize around is that how do you protect yourself from whatever that the opposite of it, like so if you are attempting to gain more rights or more freedoms or whatever it is, like whatever that thing is that you would be going to the government and asking them for, like how do you protect yourself against them either not allowing you to have it or making it illegal for you to even consider it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like with as much as the pen can do, like how do you protect yourself against the worst of the worst scenarios?
Again, like legislation, like I said, like I'm all for fighting for equal, and yes, they was definitely being treated unequal. I'm not somebody who's delusional. It's going to tell you how great it was in the 50s and the 40s for Black people. I'm not like that. I'm just saying that it's other things I think we should have been fighting for than the message that the white man said we should be fighting for, because the white man said that integration will help your situation, and we ran with it. This wasn't a message coming from Black people. This is a message coming from white people. He said this will be best for you if we do it this way, and we just jumped aboard their message. It wasn't something that we created. It wasn't a message we had. We just wanted to be treated fairly. That's all. That's all we cared about.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes sense. I feel like that. I feel like I honestly have like thought it out really hard, right? Like, but mostly by myself, and I don't see. I don't know where the line is between like when does it stop making sense and like when does it just become straight up detrimental in some of the whole arguments, right? About like how people are attempting to strategize whatever they plan on doing while they stay here in America. That's just that's kind of like how I want to be able to have the conversation, and not and obviously not be like closed-minded to whatever other people's experiences are. But it's difficult, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of this stuff like does hit home. But it, like that's where it's difficult right there to like say we need to be straightforward about like how do we approach these parts of social, you know what I'm saying, movement and stuff like that, while being able to I guess in this particular case, like without being able to demonize the other side of it. Like that's super difficult. And even when you like see the flaws and be able to point them out, it's kind of tough like that. That's a tough part of the conversation. But you need to be able to be straightforward about some of those things, right? Like in being like for me being straightforward is like that shit don't work. When I say it don't work, it's like I can't undermine whatever the results were of the civil rights movement. Like I
that like if I'm out there trying to duplicate something, that's the one I see what we need more of. And if without it, right, the opposite could be, excuse me, it could be legal for them to do it again next time. You know what I'm saying? Like next time it could just be they could have the military on their side. You know what I'm saying? There's no option for the National Guard to come in and help enforce these particular things. And I know you said that, you're not you're not saying don't use legislation. So I'm not trying to like confuse you. I am listening. But I think that's where it becomes difficult because somewhere in there, if I'm still asking for that, like it almost doesn't matter what word I use, if it's segregation or if it's even just cooperating together. Like living where you want to isn't the same as spending money where you want to, right? Like that. I think that's more like seems like what is trying to be done without having to put it in some verbal sense up front. Like you could just be doing it.
Our main issue during that time was not access to white people; it was access to resources, right? Resources that was being kept from us, right? That was our main issue. Like that's why you had people going up north, right? That was the whole purpose of the Great Migration, right? Because the community in the South lacked resources. Right, so they had to go other places to get said resources. They wasn't moving to the north to go be around white people. They was moving there for resources, and a lot of times they was sending the money back down to the South. A lot of them were still living in the South because they actually had like porter jobs, right? So they'll be gone for a while and then they'll come back and they'll be right back with their families or whatever. But they was doing this again for resources, not to be around white people. But somewhere down the line, the message changed and it became about living and having access to living around white people and going to their facilities and everything else, when that was never the issue for black people back then.
I get what you're saying. So you're saying that part of our movement was co-opted, and they gave us a narrative and we ran with it. That's
right,
what you're saying.
Right. That is absolutely what I'm saying. Yes. Hence why I go so hard on W.B. Du Bois, because he was used as a tool to push to kind of sway us in that direction. Because Booker T. Washington, I believe, was getting us in the right direction, and they derailed his whole movement and used W.B. Du Bois to kind of be the front runner to do it.
Huh. So, like I think I'm like coming from the aspect of Du Bois is like one of the greatest we ever had type shit.
Yeah, he's pushed
Like
that way.
I feel like he did a lot.
Definitely
You
promoted
said
and
he's pushed that way. So you feel like he kind of don't like he
I first studied
undeserved in
about
that spotlight?
When I first studied W.B. Du Bois and found out about W.B. Du Bois, yeah, I had the same impression everybody else. He's a hero, he's this, he that, and everything else. And until I got older and started studying other individuals and I had to wrap back around and start looking deeper into W.B. Du Bois' history a little bit further. And yeah, I wasn't liking what was coming up.
That's tough. Like so I'm trying to so who would be the appropriate person to warrant that sort of high regard if not W.B. Du Bois?
Everybody holds everybody high regard who they personally connect with. And I get why people could connect with W.B. Du Bois again, especially with how he's promoted and everything. You really don't hear a whole lot bad about him, so to speak. I got my personal favorites, like for different reasons. Like everybody and my favorites, I don't agree with everything they say. Like I'm a huge fan of Malcolm's social positions, right? Malcolm X's social positions. I feel he had in that time frame, he had a better pulse of what the black community was at and what they need and where they need to go in that time frame. Now, obviously, I'm a whole atheist over here, and I thought he was following a bunch of pseudo nonsense with the Nation of Islam and everything else, and I can't go with him on that level. But if we just talking politically and socially, I agree with most of what he was saying as far as like in real time of that era.
So for me, I kind of wrestle I always wrestled between Booker T and W.E.B. Du Bois. I always wrestled between the two because I see the usefulness in both of their in both of their programs that they were trying to put forth. I see the integrationist educated side of it, and I see the skilled labor, right, and do for self aspect also. The educated, talented aspect, you would need more help from white people, far as allowing you into their society. And I felt as though we would have been early on. I felt as though if we would have full mass went with W.E.B. Du Bois program, we would have been completely dependent on white people for everything. Even the degrees and stuff that we would have got at their universities, we would have been beholden to them to give us jobs with those degrees, right?
Right.
So for me, early on when I was younger, I looked at Booker T like, yo, that nigga was right. You feel me? Like, not saying we would have been fully independent, but it would have gave us more independence, meaning we would have had actual skills that we could use to build our community, and we could have outsourced that work to other people, right? Everybody needed builders. Everybody needed, you dig what I'm saying? Shoemakers. Like, these are real shit that you could actually use. Don't nobody have to use your degree. You feel me? Like
China before China. Black people
I don't
would be the
have to
first
use your
China.
degree. I can say that your degree is obsolete. Or I can find a white person who has the same degree or don't have a degree, and I can train them in my business to do the same thing that you can do. But if you have a technical skill, right? That's something that you technically have. You can't just replace that. You feel me?
And think about it. W.E.B. Du Bois won that war between him and Booker T, right? And look what Black America is at today, right? Everybody type of focus on getting degrees, and nobody talks about trade anymore.
I'm a trader.
I think that Booker T kind of won that battle because look at it today. 'Cause today we need the trade skill.
No, he's saying he lost in his time.
Yeah, about to say the fact that we don't go in that direction shows that he lost. He lost that war.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, because the narrative that we had, all of us had since we was little kids, was
go to college,
go to college, get an education, get a degree, and get you a job so you can get the hell out the hood. That's pretty much the narrative we all had growing up, right? And that comes from W.E.B. Du Bois winning. He won.
But then Marcus Garvey pick up that pole or that and kept it going in sense of
W.E.B. Du Bois shut him down too. W.E.B. Du Bois shut him down too. Again, W.E.B. Du Bois.
Garvey shut himself down. Garvey shut himself down. Hey, my position though is this though.
Nah, you can't say Garvey shut himself down.
Hold on. Like my position though, like I feel the Booker T thing, but it's like we don't have the oversight. Like Booker T was really against activism, political activism. He was like, you know what,
he felt as though that was trouble rousing.
He just take it on the chin, like, we're gonna just have to like it is. Then we'll pull ourselves up. It's gonna take a while, but you know what I'm saying?
I think if we pass the Booker T and the Du Bois, it's Marcus Garvey.
Hold on, we haven't talked about Booker T and sorry, I ain't gonna go back to Garvey, but yeah, that's only my pushback with it. I think if they could have damn meshed that shit, but I think too the problem is too, one was born a slave, born into slavery, and one was born free. So you could imagine the type of, it
was a class. It was a class thing going on there. It was a class thing.
But also, if you born a nigga mentality, imagine if you born free, like that's a nigga like you born with money. A nigga ain't born with no money. The nigga with money understand what money do versus the nigga with, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying the whole perspective is skewed.
But Booker T wasn't against money. Why people immediately think people are against money if they want to go a different direction than getting a degree or something?
No, I'm just using that as an analogy in terms of perspective. Like when one person is born a slave, another person is born free. That forms a different psychology within those two minds, just naturally. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because
I
he
mean,
might
well,
wonder.
I think you hit on it before when you said how he was raised, how he got to this mindset, right? Like Booker T got it, like W.E.B. Du Bois up here in the North wagging his finger at people in the South, telling them what they need to do, but he ain't the one who got to live around these white folks. Booker T and them people in the South, the ones that got to live around these white folks, so they got to move according to how things is down there. And the best thing for black people at that, I still think to this day, but especially during that time, was for them to go ahead and be self-efficient, figure out how to do certain things, become skilled tradesmen and everything else. Like
Right.
that
Don't we have some of these universities because of Booker T?
Tuskegee University.
Yeah. We're not hating on. Definitely got. Yeah, we're not hating on Booker T. I'm just saying, like, I just wish they would have found a way. They could have found a way to mesh that shit. I do see both sides of the argument, but I just
Booker
think
T
like,
did.
what would it be without like political activism, like, and a lot of federal oversight that we gained came through political activism.
Nah, you know, I mean,
I think we would have been Booker T would have worked with that. We'd have been rolling the dice, my nigga. It would have been goddamn. We would have shooting dice in the hood. Like it would have been like, but we would have hit. We'd have came all the way up, but we could have easily crapped out, bro.
God.
Shit.
No, that's why I said I always wrestled between the two, right? Sometimes Booker T seemed like he was cowtailing, but he understood the society that most black people lived in the South, right? He understood the brutality, and he understood that if white people in the South wanted to squeeze black people economically, we could be completely cut off. So he had to take a different approach, right? He was dealing with the masses of black people living in the clutches. You dig what I'm saying? Of we
had to get
we was at the mercy of white people down there. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's some of that unfortunate truth I'm having problems describing right now. But that's kind of like the reality to some extent too.
So his argument had to be tampered. You know what I mean? To fit.
And practical the way he was at.
Exactly.
I get
you know what I mean? But it's not saying that I still agree with the boys also, because you needed the college educated folk also. You just couldn't have completely technical. You dig what I'm saying? You need both.
Was it anti-college though?
I mean, that's the question is now.
Shipwreck, can I ask you a question? If you're in a shipwreck and you're abandoned on an island, a group of people, you don't need college educated people, do you? You need skilled people. Black people were coming out of a shipwreck. We didn't need college educated people at that time. We needed skilled people to build a community.
You need skilled people for the labor. But you need the
that
educators
political.
to put everything together.
It's not even that alone, Chef. It's you need that political education to argue against the laws.
No, I'm talking about with his analogy.
Yeah, but and to speak right to it, you can build all that stupid, but what do you do when they come and throw their law book at you and say we shutting it down, and you don't have the education needed to combat that aspect?
Because it was a progress coming out of slavery.
And where do you got to go for education?
Coming out of slavery, we needed skilled people to build our communities and our infrastructure. That is why when he brought up the topic that when you watch the
society, let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this, because we in 2025. You name me a society that is not dual, that don't have technical and academic. You need both.
Yeah, but guess what?
You need both. It's impossible. You feel me? China is not just sitting. China just is not sitting on technical. You dig what I'm saying? America is just not sitting on technical.
If we go back to China 50 years ago, China didn't have that much technical people there.
Can't even hear you.
Somebody background. I think that good guy hit mute. Somebody background.
Oh, my bad.
They are technical people and they build on that. So your foundation first had to be set before you put the top of the pyramid. Masters and doctorates are the top of the pyramid. Without a foundation, it don't make no sense to have a culture full of masters and doctorates. And W.E. Du Bois was saying, no, Booker T. Washington was saying that let us build our foundation and build up from that. And then Booker T. Washington was saying that we have these elite men, let them bring up those people.
So Stu Pease, can I tell you this? Can I tell you that it was more of a thing that they was fighting for white resources? All right? It wasn't that either one of them was completely disagreeing with each other, but they had to fight. They had to fight for white resources, right? Now, Booker T was trying to get money and stuff for his school. W.E.B. Du Bois wanted his programs funded. So it's not, you need both, right? But if you're stripped down to having to fight your brother, that y'all both need vegetables, y'all both need vegetation and fucking meat, right? And now y'all gotta fight each other to get one. That's basically what happened to them brothers. They had to fight for one when both was needed.
Yeah, both was needed, yes, but one. If you look from Maslow hierarchy of human needs, there are certain things as I can't remember the bottom layer need.
But America was already built. Those Stupies. Right, the structure of America was already built. Right, you're talking about making people viable in an already built society. Right,
White America was already built.
No, listen.
Say it that way. White America was already built. We did not have access to white America.
Yeah, we wanted access to the affluence of America. So you're trying to make it's just America, right? So how do I make a minority? How do I make a minority group viable in this society? Right? One said
skills that are needed.
Exactly. So it's going to be skills
needed most.
Or education.
Was it the academical skill? Was it the educational skill that was needed for a country that is coming out of, that is going into industrialization? Would it be the education or would it be the practical skills that were needed at that time? Which skill was more needed?
It would be both.
No, it wouldn't be both. It would be one of them would make you more valuable. The skills that Booker T. Washington was giving black people was more valuable to white people at the time, that would allow them entrance into their society, than the skills that W.E. Du Bois wanted, because they didn't want you in leadership areas. They did not want black people in leadership. Now, if you got those skills and you build from the foundation up, it would have been better and stronger. Building from the foundation up is always better and stronger. There's no building that starts from the top floor. Because we were in a society that was built for white people.
I don't have no argument with that.
Right? So Booker T. Washington was right. If you look at it, he was right. He has the right idea. So let's build from the foundation down. Let's get our people stronger with a stronger foundation. Because children of immigrants, whose mothers come here to turn LPNs, the children become doctors. Children of carpenters, children of electricians, children of masons become lawyers and doctors. That is what Booker T. Washington was saying. Let's build from the foundation up. W.E. Du Bois, because he had this Harvard education and he had all kind of ideas and concepts, was saying that, oh, we are leaders. We can be leaders of men. We will pull these men up. No, we don't pull up. We build up. We build up. But when you think about it and look at it, you realize that it's right. Booker T. Washington was right. And he was saying that, listen, Let's not agitate these white people until we are strong enough to fight for ourselves. Let's keep it calm. Let's keep it cool. Let's keep it copacetic. Let's do a jungle warfare. We're strengthening ourselves. Let's strengthen ourselves, and then we're able. So even if they cut us off, then it don't make a big deal. Even if the tariff 150%, you laugh because your infrastructure already in place, your technology already in place. So when they come now to cut you off, you laugh at them. You laugh at them. That's what China is doing now. China is laughing at these white people. That's what Booker T. Washington wanted to do. Build from the foundation up. And before they realize it, when they come, you laugh at them. I said, no, we don't need your towns. We can build our own towns like the Amish and the Mormons and those other people who went to Utah and built their own city. That's what he wanted.
Oklahoma had
Remember?
50 of those, more than 50.
Right. Yeah,
And
tell more. Yeah.
without the dual approach that Sheffrin is arguing about, that's a huge component of why they failed. They failed, and I hate to call them a failure, but they reached a demise. And there's nuances to it. It wasn't one thing that choked them out. But the final blow was something that they had nothing to do with. It was the Great Depression and what happened on Wall Street. Then the laws come, and then the laws come in. You got bankers coming in, but you got. Can I finish? Can I finish real quick, Stu? Please. So even with the skill sets there, without the right attorney or the ability to argue in court, these people got taken advantage of. Like, if we're gonna play this game, it's not necessarily about looking at what our skill sets is. You have to look at the skill sets of your opponents at times and what they're gonna do when they're on the court or the field. So if we know they're gonna build infrastructure and we competing against that, yeah, you're gonna need skilled labor. But if you know they're gonna come with some political arguments and legal arguments, you're gonna need that defense as well. You need both. We look at, an academic. We look at an academic from the old scholarly saying of it as people just studying in their leisure time. That's not necessarily what academics is. You got to have both, especially in this modern world. Even with the aspect of saying, look at what China did, we can't look at it from a Eurocentric globalization lens. We have to look at China we have to look at China for what it is. China's been built in China since the BC times. They're not a new kid on the block. They've been building on themselves for over 2,000 years in every form of fashion. You get what I mean?
But technologically,
They used both. They used philosophy to unify, and they used the technology to do it. That's what the whole Warren State period was about, when China became China. This is where you get Confucianism from.
Look, I was gonna say also, bro, that's where they started conducting like imperialist tests and judging people based off intellect and shit like that. That goes back to even tiger moms in certain Asian culture. A lot of that stems from Confucianism. So you're right.
Yeah, that's the concept of Ren, that your name is supposed to dignify character and your position. Yeah, when they took them empirical tests.
And that was the precursor of standardized tests today, based off judging people and putting them in classes based off, their intellect and what they could offer based off that. So
like there's a reason why there's a reason why even in white America that they don't show the everyday person during the Industrial Revolution. Because those skilled laborers, they wasn't getting ahead. It was your bankers. It was the people that was seeking the quote unquote prestigious positions in life. But your everyday person was going through hell. Even their children. That's where you get the grease monkeys and all that nonsense from.
before Henry T. Ford, industrialization not only benefiting the robber barons. All of those mansions in New York, those robber barons, those people who build those houses, who billionaire. Henry T. Ford was the one who come with the 40 hours work week, a livable wage. So I agree with you on that. Right? But at the same time, when we talk about who was benefiting, it was a small population of the people were benefiting at that time. Before the Great Depression, it was a small amount America was benefiting. There was no social safety net for the elderly. There was no pension plan. There was none of that. That was put in place when. So when we're assessing the information today, and we're just looking back 50 years, if we go back 100 years, white people didn't have any skills. They weren't rich. But what they did, they recognized what they needed to do. And they built from the bottom up. Although they were in charge of the power, they built from the bottom up. And when they realized, when they introduced black people into certain areas, is when there was a shortness of labor. But the best jobs went to them first. Even today, you have certain jobs where you can classify as white jobs. Even in the government, certain departments that are being closed down now. It's not predominantly black people departments, known for having black labor. But you have to always build from the bottom up. Every mansion start with one room. If you don't want to start with one room, you don't understand what it is. And Booker T never reached him. W.E. Du Bois reached him with the help of white people. Although Booker T wanted the school financial assistance for white people for the school, it was predominantly black people who was teaching black people.
He had one of the greatest minds of our time teaching at school, George Washington Carver.
Right. It was black people teaching black people, building from the bottom up.
So coming
So
out
if there's a
coming out of slavery, right? Coming out of slavery, who was the skill group coming out of slavery?
slaves,
The
some
slaves.
of the most skilled laborers in the United States were slaves.
Right, right. And
And
how do
slaves
we
were
get taken?
teaching slaves.
And how do we get taken advantage of?
We were slaves at that time.
No, then
So,
coming
so
out
it's
of
not,
slavery, coming out of slavery,
yeah,
we
but
still had
remember,
skills.
remember, it's not all of the slaves were skilled. Like
I'm
on
not
a plantation, you had the blacksmith, you had the
no, I'm talking about just the skilled ones, right? And how we were moving, right? But how do we get taken advantage? Why do we get taken advantage of?
Or sharecropping.
I'm saying,
Most of the people that came out of slavery were farmers, right? That was the main skill we had as slaves. And afterwards, we got locked into these little 360
contracts.
sharecropping deals. Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly. And y'all see where I'm going at. That's why y'all see where I'm going at. So what else did they need
But
outside of
even if
skills?
we were academically inclined, we still would have been locked into 360 contract because we had no power at that time. We had no foundation. So we
And we
still
had no
would have been
leverage.
locked into
Had
360
no
contract.
leverage. That's why we signed those deals, because we had no leverage. We
Right.
didn't
Just
have the
like today
resources
with the
to
artists.
farm anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think they realize how much a bad deal it was. No different than a rapper signing a 360 deal.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That is it. Even today. So therefore, even today we have educated black people with masters and rappers still getting conned in the 360 contract. Even today we have educated people, but we still have our people getting tied into 360 contract. That is
No,
not
that's
beneficial to them.
right, and that's
So
how I felt like
therefore,
a younger thing. You know what I'm saying? We needed more of that. That was an important layer because
but,
coming out of it, a lot
but
of African Americans had skills. Right? We flourished kind of and immediately in a lot of places. Right? Black Wall Street pop up a few decades after the end of slavery. Right? So we started to flourish in different areas with different skills, but due to certain policy stuff, we were able to just We ran out of areas. So we got whole
No,
land,
but
whole land take away from us. From different
it's
areas.
a matter of proximity also. It's a matter of proximity also. If you look at it, we lived too close to white people.
Shit,
The
where else you
Mormons
live?
moved away. The Mormons moved away and went to Utah.
Yeah, but
They
I mean
moved
that's
away
white.
and went to Utah.
Yeah, but
Right?
that's because
No, no.
but that's doing like when the West was expanding. That's you can't use that. That's
No,
doing the
it's no
early
problem. No.
doing the
It
early
might sound away, but
that's doing the early
when
North
when
people.
when when the Utah formed? 18 when? When was Utah formed? 18 when?
I forgot. I gotta look that shit up. Yeah, but that's doing the early
Where was you gonna go where white people wasn't
yeah,
gonna
I
be
mean,
there?
then you gonna be out
There was no place to go. And that's why you had those small all black communities in towns, but the problem becomes at that point, the problem at that point becomes what do you do when you spread so far away from your people and you don't have
We could have
access to things like a hospital or the infrastructures
but
needed to keep yourself protected.
at that time they didn't have access to a hospital either. At that time they didn't have access. There was no social programs. At that time, after
Yeah,
slavery,
but we jump around in these timelines. One minute we talking about Ford, the next minute we talking about slave periods. So if we just
I'm
go from
saying
18 so if we just go from 1860 to 1920, that's 60 years roughly. If we
we should have had it
look
worse.
at no, I'm just saying
We
if
should
we
have had
look
it worse.
if we look at that time period, we coming out of slavery and we go to 1920. If blacks did build one of their own communities, this is something that happened out here in Oklahoma. Due to the fact you so far spread apart, this is where I was chefing when I was mentioning Roscoe Dunjee and what he did with the NAACP. This is what made him he not this one thing, but it's one of the things that adds to his legacy. He started advocating that we needed more than one headquarters for the NAACP because we so far spread out to if something happens, how can our protection get there in time? But if we spread out, we network, then we have something going for ourselves. But yeah, you need my fault, y'all. My son distracted me. I don't lost where we was in the conversation.
They're talking about the time period between the end of slavery, Booker T. Washington, and then you talk about we had already established townships.
Yeah. That in skills and legal aspects of it all. We need both. And to build ourselves up. And that's why I mentioned that it's a novel and it's all encompassing of today's conversation. It's written by Sutton Griggs.
Would you, would you
That
agree with me that
material.
would you agree
What'd you
with me
say?
that some of the best would you agree with me or disagree with me? Or would you agree with me that some of the best and brightest people that ever existed over the last 100 years did not go to college?
No, I can't. I can't agree with that because some of my heroes intellectually, especially during that time period, were products of the HBCUs at the time, especially Langston. And that might be from a biased perspective of studying Black Oklahoma history, but all our giants came out of Langston. Even the brother, that Denzel Washington character, Tosselin, from the Great Debaters movie, he taught at Langston. So our greatest and our brightest minds was coming out of those institutions. The way we viewed education was more in depth then. I think we took a dualistic approach, whether you was in the tech and getting a skill or if you was in the collegiate settings. I think they would have gave you a thorough education, but they would have armed you to be self-sufficient in that having skills to fall upon. At the same time, I think we took a dualist approach to it.
My thing is that my answer to that is yes. Let's start modern. Let's start with modern. The ice cream man, the rapper, Let me say, oh, na. What's his name again?
Master
I have
P.
a brain freeze. Master P.
Master P.
Master P is one of our best and brightest. Master P is one of our best and brightest. He probably entered college. He didn't finish. He doesn't have a degree. Innovative people with dreams and aspirations don't need a college degree to fulfill those dreams and aspirations.
He also got
You
an
need
inheritance.
skills.
He also got an
You
inheritance.
need. He got $10,000 from his grandmother. Right? He got
Back then,
$10,000.
back then it was about
Back when. Back then it value about 30,000. If we're just for inflation. When he got it, it value about 30,000. It wasn't as if he got $4 million
But
from his
he'll
father.
go on record and tell you that he got a lot of the game from a Jewish dude that owned a music store out in Oakland, and that he took from what Hammer was doing. And Hammer got his game from a white man named the Finley family that owns the Oakland A's. And not to be anecdotal, the Finleys are the people that owned my grandfather's family.
Yeah, but
They was
that
on the
still don't
Finley
deny
plantation.
that don't deny the fact that people got game all the while from observation, from learning, from watching, from seeing other people do what they
There's
do.
your question,
It's a
Stu.
good.
There's your question, Stu Pease. Mark Zuckerberg never graduated.
Mark Zuckerberg never graduated. Bill Gates never graduated either. But you
But they
find
came from
hundreds
family.
of
But yeah, we can lay those outliners, but that becomes dangerous to the babies because we give this premise that that's possible, but we leave out that almost every person that was just mentioned came from a
No,
family
but
that
you're right.
already had some resources to help them pursue their passions.
You're right. It's dangerous for the babies in this time. Because in this time, in this time,
I don't think you have to go to college though in order to be successful. I'm not saying don't go to college. I'm just saying I don't think it's mandatory to go to be successful.
But 100 years ago, you didn't need to go to college. That's what I'm saying. We are judging this time with 100 years ago. 100 years ago, how many people actually went to college per capita? How many colleges were there 100 years ago?
Our community,
No.
very little.
Worldwide.
But listen, the
worldwide,
benefit
100 years ago, what percentage of the population was actually college
some of the
educated?
benefits we're seeing now was because their parents, their grandparents back was in college 100 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like shit don't exist in a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? Like
No, I agree with you on that. But if we look at it, because there are generational wealth, and it comes down to know that persons whose grandfather went to college, black people whose grandfather went to college, are more successful than black people whose grandfather didn't go to college. In today's term, no denying that. But what I'm saying that is that the onus or the skills that was necessary then was not as it's necessary now. Right? Because if we look at the time, what existed at the time. But then that's 100 years ago. Today, what we need educated people, yes? Because most skills are very technical now. Even if you have a trade now, it's a technical skill. There's no such thing as a non-technical skill.
You're arguing, in other words,
Stupid.
A lot of time ago should have been the Booker T era, and now we're in a Du Bois.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear
Yes, I know we're in the Du Bois era. Right, you're right. We're hearing
you. You're actually echoing a sentiment that experts say, like and I hate to bring this up. They saying how like in the 50s and 60s, like you say, even 100 years ago, certain industries didn't require certain things, and even the intellectual back then. I said this a couple of days ago. The intellectual at those times wasn't as revered as the community man, say, who was a tradesman. But a lot of people's concerns is that like IQ and being intellectual is so exploited now that you have a cognitive underclass, meaning you have people just out of luck, whether it's parents, whether it's socioeconomic status or whatever. You got people who can exploit certain markets to where you could, be in the fucking Silicon Valley and gain millions of dollars, to where like it's open season now, to where like we're not taking into account the variance of intelligence within groups. So I think W.B. Du Bois was more so coming from a intelligent. We need the most intelligent black people to help the black people that can't help themselves. You know what I mean? Versus another person who more have so a traditional, like you say, a tradesman, you know, being on the ground, helping the communities. It's different ways how to attack the overall solution. So I think that was the main contrast between like a person like W.B. Du Bois and
Yeah.
Booker T.
But which
From
one
what
is
I'm
better?
hearing, from
Which
what I'm
one is
hearing
better?
from y'all.
Yeah, but which one is better at that time? 100 years ago, which one would have been better?
Booker T
Building
was right at that time, but W.B. Du Bois, based off this
the good guys
complex
right
society,
today.
yeah,
It's right
based off
today.
complex
W.B. Du Bois is
society
right
though,
today.
yeah, W.B. Du Bois is right today, yeah, I think.
But then 100 years ago, Booker T. Washington was right.
Yeah,
He
I
was
agree.
right then.
I agree.
But today, W.E. Du Bois is right because now you need it's everything is more technical now.
Yep.
Even if you're fixing a car now, my father had a Ford back in 1964. Even a shoemaker could fix it.
Yeah, it's
Anybody
not
could
even
fix a car.
that's not even a debate now. You can't go up under the hood of your car no more. That ain't it's not even a debate now. No,
Right? No, you can't fix that. No, it's just technical.
yeah,
That is a computer.
most of you can't even
Most
change
people
your
can't fix a computer.
you can't even just change your brakes no more. Or you gotta have the right type of material to even change your brakes. Sensors
Right.
and everything gotta be aligned. Yeah, so
Right.
not even a debate.
But then Booker T. Washington was right. But nobody can deny that. But today, W.E. Du Bois would be right because it's society become